everyone know that this hearing is being recorded and transcribed. We also have live captions running at the bottom of the screen. If you're on a computer, you can turn those live captions on by pressing the 3 little dot buttons at the top of the screen for more actions and scrolling down to view live captions. And those should run at the bottom of your screen. Everyone has been placed on mute. In order to be respectful to others attending this meeting, please remain muted until your name is called and it's your turn to speak. Due to the number of people on this call, we are not allowing the use of video in order to prevent bandwidth issues. Cameras have been disabled, but if you are able to use your camera for some reason, we ask that you please turn it off. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started with some instructions. My name is Brittany Hall, and I've been designated as hearing officer for this rulemaking hearing. I would now like to call this hearing to order. Let the record show that the time is approximately 9 a.m. and the date is January 24th, 2022. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony regarding the Oregon Health Authority Public Health Division's proposed permanent adoption of OAR 333-019-1015 and 333-019-1030, masking requirements in schools, vaccination requirements for teachers and school staff. Under Oregon Revised Statute 183.335, temporary rules cannot be extended past 6 months. Thus, temporary OAR 333-019-1015 relating to masking requirements in schools expires on January 28, 2022. This rule has entered into a permanent rulemaking process in order to extend its protection past January 28, 2022. That does not mean that the rule will be in place permanently. The Oregon Health Authority can rescind, repeal, or cancel a rule when it believes it's no longer necessary. I will call people to testify who signed up in advance and informed me that they intended to present oral comments. Individuals will be called on in the order in which they signed up to testify. If you did not have a chance to register to testify and received confirmation via email that you're on the list, you may send an email to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. We are taking signups until approximately 9:15 this morning. Please provide your full name, address, affiliation to an organization if applicable, and your position on this matter. I will take testimony until 1 p.m. and regardless of whether we have gotten through everyone signed up, the hearing will close at 1 p.m. or sooner if everyone who signed up to testify has testified. If you do not have a chance to provide your testimony today, or if you're not permitted enough time to present everything that you want to say, we are taking written comments until 5 p.m. today, and those can also be sent to that same email address, which again is publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. Persons wishing to testify shall first state their names and that of any organization that they represent. The agency will not respond to questions during this hearing. The agency will not cross-examine or debate the material at hand. There will be no discussion about the proposed rules at this hearing. Questions posed to the agency will not be answered during this hearing. Testimony is limited to the matter at hand and must be relevant to the proposed rules. The hearing officer may exclude or limit cumulative, repetitious, and immaterial testimony. Please do not comment on the proposed adoption of permanent rules for masking and vaccine requirements in healthcare settings or the general indoor mask rule. Those rules have separate public hearings. As I mentioned, written testimony is encouraged. The deadline for written comments is 5 p.m. today, Monday, January 24th, 2022, according to the notice of this hearing. Comments received after the deadline will not be reviewed or considered by the division. Because of the large number of people who have signed up to speak, we will limit comments to 2 minutes, but request that you be as brief as possible. You will hear a timer go off when you are at about 1:30, and then we'll give you another additional 30 seconds to finish up your comments. The agency reserves the right to place someone on mute that goes significantly over the 2-minute limit in order to be fair to everyone who would like to speak. This hearing will close no later than 1 p.m. People who have requested to testify that are unable to before 1 p.m. may submit written comments up until the close of the public comment period. And as I mentioned before, this hearing is being recorded and transcribed. We will post the hearing and the transcription to our website. Please note that there are staff and leadership from the Oregon Health Authority present today to listen to the testimony and assist with today's hearing, including taking notes and assisting with the team's platform. Any staff who take on facilitation of public testimony will, throughout this hearing, state their name and organizational affiliation for the record. Finally, OHA will not tolerate any comments that involve the use of profanity or any threatening remarks and may mute an individual who uses profanity or threatening language. We ask that you're respectful of everyone who is on this call. I'm now going to open up the floor for testimony. I will use the participant list to call each participant by name to offer the opportunity to comment. Based on the number of individuals who have attended this morning, we will limit comments to 2 minutes. When you hear your name, your mic will be enabled and you can unmute yourself to provide your comments. I'm going to call the next 3 participants on the list so that you will know when your turn is coming up. We ask that you identify yourself on the call when you hear your name by raising your hand. On a computer, this can be done by clicking on the raise hand icon at the top of the screen. On the phone, this can be done by pressing *5. We will enable the microphones of the next 3 participants scheduled to speak who have raised their hand to identify themselves. And then each speaker will need to unmute themselves when their name is called to provide testimony. On the phone, this will be done by pressing *6. All right, so the first 3 people that we have on the list today that we request you please raise your hand is Representative Christine Drazen, Sean Hartfield, and Kelly Barnett. All right, Representative Christine Drazen, you can go ahead and go, please.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Christine Drazen, and I am the state representative for House District 39. My district includes Canby, Charbonneau, Estacada, Malino, rural Oregon City, and portions of Happy Valley, Boring, and Damascus. I am wholly opposed to the adoption of both of these rules today. It is time for the state to end rulemaking on permanent COVID mandates. I oppose continued efforts to mandate masks for students and attempts to coerce teachers and school staff into making a personal healthcare decision by requiring them to accept the vaccine or be fired. With current teacher shortages, we cannot afford to lose educators from the classroom. And when it comes to masks, parents and local school boards are the right ones to be making decisions moving forward about what is best for their kids, not unelected bureaucrats with a top-down approach that is statewide one-size-fits-all. When it comes to mandatory vaccinations for our teachers, the answer has got to be no. No permanent mandate. Our educators are more than capable of assessing their own risk factors and determining for themselves the best approach to their own health care. The agency does not have the trust of the public as it continues to move the goalposts and change metrics to justify continued mandates and top-down control. What are the specific metrics for how and when these rules will be repealed, if ever? You don't say, and we don't know. It's not enough for you to simply say, trust us. Oregonians do not trust you. They want transparency, they want accountability, and they want to know at what point we are going to allow our classrooms to get back to normal. Kids need to learn, our teachers want to teach. It's time to stop mandating for our kids and let teachers make their own decisions about this vaccine. We must lead with facts and not fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Sean Hartfield or Kelly Barnett on the line? If so, could you please identify yourself by raising your hand, either pressing *5 on the phone or using the hand icon? All right, it looks like we have Kelly Barnett up next. We'll enable your mic and you can unmute yourself. Kelly Barnett, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. Sorry about that. Yes, I want to say that I don't believe that forced vaccination is an appropriate public health measure at this time, because the federal courts in October of 2021, in a military case, the judge made clear statement that there are and is no approved vaccine available in the United States. And I believe to mandate vaccinations in this setting or any other setting would invite a series of lawsuits that cannot be justified against the state. And I think I'll just leave my testimony at that, is that a federal adjudication already said that there is none in existence, couldn't prove the existence, nor prove that any person vaccinated under a military mandate had actually received an approved vaccine. And I think the non-availability of an approved vaccine is enough of a justification to prevent any mandates in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sean Hartfield, Debbie Rogers, and Tanya Cotterell. If you are on the line, please identify yourself by raising your hand, either *5 on a phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen, and we'll enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself. It looks like first up we'll have Tanya Cotterell, please. Tanya, if you could please unmute yourself and provide your testimony. All right, I'm going to move on to the next person. Just in the interest of time, Tanya, I will come back to you. The next person up is a phone number with the last 4 numbers 0951. We will enable your mic and you can unmute yourself to speak.
Can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think you haven't been telling people to hit *6 to unmute. Do we need to hit *6?
Yes, I can mention that each time. I had mentioned that in the beginning, but I can go ahead and do that each time. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Debbie Rogers. I'm a lifetime resident of Oregon. I have a daughter who works as an athletic trainer for a college in Oregon and another daughter who works as a 5th grade teacher in California. I have heard story after story from my girls about how the mask and vaccine mandates are negatively affecting the staff and students. 1 week, the girls' basketball team where my daughter works has 5 girls test positive for COVID. The other 5 COVID. Am I still on? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Of the 5 that tested positive, 1 had not been vaccinated. The other 4 had been vaccinated. Of the 5 who tested negative, none of them had been vaccinated. That tells me the vaccine doesn't work. I'd like to quote the Croatian MEP in a speech to the French President, Emmanuel Macron. Tens of thousands of citizens have died due to vaccine side effects. Mandatory vaccines represent death penalty and execution for many citizens. That has to remain a choice for every citizen. Murder is murder. Those of you who don't know that and haven't educated yourself, take a look at the official data of the European Health Organization. The world is waking up to realize that masks and vaccines are not a solution for ending COVID. The only motivation for the Oregon leaders to make these mandates are financial. We the people will not wear masks, and we will not continue to get boosters. Our local sheriffs and police departments do not have the staff or funding to deal with these mandates. I spoke with our local sheriff, and he will not be enforcing any kind of mask or vaccine mandate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to go back to Tanya Cotterell. If you are on the line, please press *6 to unmute yourself. All right, the next people we'll have up is Sean Hartfield, if you've joined. We have Tanya Cotterell still on here. Oh, it looks like Tanya, you've joined. Let me. Okay, Tanya, are you able to unmute yourself now if you press *6? All right, so we have Sean Hartfield, Tanya Cotterell, and Cyril Collier up next. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand using *5, we'll enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself. Okay, so the next person I have here, the phone number. They just disappeared.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So my name is Cyril Collier. I have 4 kids in Beaverton School District, and my wife is a teacher. So it's time to end the mask mandates. I'm strongly against them. Just this last week, one of the students in our high school committed suicide. Suicides are up nationwide because of COVID, 51%. A lot of it happened to do with these masks and restrictions that are in place in schools. In California, I could not find the Oregon numbers because they're a little obscured, but in California, there's been a 24% increase in suicide year over year because of COVID. That results in 134 deaths. If you look at even all the reported cases of COVID, that's 23 deaths. It is time to end these. Speaking with my children, all the students are depressed and sad because of the COVID restrictions you are placing. You may say you're saving the children from COVID. You are not. You are causing kids to die. It is on you if you continue these restrictions. Many are struggling with the issues, and it's time to remove them. It is not keeping us safe. It is not keeping COVID out. And just so you know, I have been vaccinated. I have my booster, and I still got COVID. It is not saving us. In these vaccine mandates and help our students get back to normal life, or else these deaths are going to be on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next people we have up are Nick Anselmo. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing names right. Rob Goodwin and Peter Christoph. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from a phone. We can enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony. All right, it looks like we have Nicholas Anselmo. We'll go ahead and enable your mic. It's *6 to unmute yourself if you're on the phone.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Anselmo.
Hi, thank you. Go ahead, please.
These school districts don't care about you. This isn't about health. You all are on here begging for your inalienable God-given rights while your masters laugh and ridicule you, and they're not even present. The problem is not your masters. The problem is us, you, teachers, healthcare workers, parents, whom are against the government mandates. You are part of the problem. Do you not see they are attacking two groups, healthcare providers and children in schools, the same as Hitler did? Generational propaganda and control of medicine. You are part of the problem for complying. Who is essential? Seems like the only essential people are the people who comply.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sean Hartfield, if you've joined the line, Rob Goodwin, Peter Christoph. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's a *5 on a phone. And Tanya, I see that you're still on the line. If you're able to unmute yourself, that would be *6 from a phone. Okay, we have Rob. Hi, is this Tanya?
It is.
Great.
Sorry, okay. We were having some problems. I will switch to my phone, so hopefully this is going to get me through.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Would you like me to go, or were you having Sean go next?
No, you can go ahead and go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak as an Oregon parent. I am very opposed to all of these proposed rule changes. I do not trust that OHA will reasonably rescind this mandate regardless of the verbal promises stated, nor should I have to trust the intentions of non-elected officials. These promises they provide no legal assurance to the public. Businesses and schools have moved past the issue of mandatory masking in most states, and we're seeing many of them dropped internationally as well, but not in Oregon. To make it worse, here in Oregon, these increasingly radical restrictions are aimed at our children. I'm here today to speak up for Oregon kids. They bear the greatest burden, and we owe it to them to respect their feelings more than our own. So last night I asked my own kids this question: if the mask mandate just went away, what would you feel happiest about? And their answers were simple and clear: breathing, seeing people's faces and feeling connected. I've heard the nonsense arguments claiming that masking kids won't hurt them. Any mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, teacher, counselor, daycare worker, coach, or average fifth grader who has an ounce of common sense knows that these daily coverings of the mouth and nose of a child is bad for them. Let's just cut through all the logical gymnastics that get used to justify harmful policy. We all know that this is damaging Oregon kids. It's causing language delays, learning delays, interruptions in social development, and it's compounding the mental health crisis in our youth. You know it does, and you know that when these kids hear the word permanent, they are going to despair. If you move forward on this, you will crush the spirit of the very kids you are responsible to protect. Forcing children to wear a mask in school at the expense of their own academic, social, mental, and emotional stability is not only absurd, it's cruel. There will be a fallout as a result of this continuation. Kids will be damaged and hurt, and you will all bear the moral responsibility for that. It's not too late to do the right thing. So be a hero for Oregon kids and vote no on permanent masking in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Rob Goodwin. We will enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself. And then we also have Peter Christoph and Sharon Weiserek up next. So if you could identify yourselves by raising your hand, either *5 on a phone or the hand icon on the computer, please. That would be Peter Christoph and Sharon Weiserek. Rob, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for letting me talk here this morning. I also am very opposed to this, the masks and vaccines in schools required. I have 2 students, one in high school, one in junior high in the Oregon public school systems. And if this does not change, I am taking them out because I'm just so done with this. And they are so done with this. We have lots of their friends who are suffering mentally and emotionally from this whole ordeal. And for some reason, people in government don't seem to care about that. And so I think it's important that this has come to light for the public. We're getting more aware. And I think there's going to be a backlash against the OHA. And for that, I'm happy. And I'm going to be joining the fight. I just say abolish these stupid rules immediately, and let's get on with life. If not, there's going to be consequences. So, thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Sharon Weiserek. We'll enable your mic so you can unmute yourself, and that would be *6 if you're on the phone. And on deck after Sharon will be Peter Christoph and Jody Haley, and Sean Hartfield if Sean's been able to join. So Sharon, go ahead and unmute yourself, please, to provide your testimony. Great. Sharon, I will come back to you. The next person we have, it's a phone number that ends in 2543. Please unmute yourself and provide your testimony with your full name.
Hello, this is Melody, and I have 2 children in the Oregon public school system. I also hold a bachelor's in speech communication from Oregon State. And my studies and my expertise in communication shows that approximately only 20% of what we say is actually in the words that we say, and so much more of it is nonverbal than anything. And I know from my own personal experience, just walking through the grocery store, whether I choose to wear a mask or not wear a mask, that people treat you so incredibly different. If I have something over my face, I am so much more less likely to interact with people than if I don't. And I feel like if I am not wearing a face covering, people look at me like I'm a terrified, disease-mongering person that will just harm them. I have a child in middle school who will be transitioning to the online program because this child of mine literally has to go through separate doors, scan into school every day, isn't permitted to eat with their classmates that they choose, any of those things. And my other child is in elementary and has been experiencing just what I would call developmental challenges because of the masking of the face all the time, dreads going to school, thinks it's stupid. And I just encourage lawmakers to stand up for our children and not make this permanent. There is no freedom in these mandates. And I, as a parent, abhor and will not tolerate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody. Could you please provide your full name? We actually didn't have you on the sign-up sheet.
Melody Cluster.
Thank you. And as a reminder to everyone, we are calling up the next 3 people that are going to have their turns up and asking that you identify yourself by raising your hand, which is either *5 from the phone or using the hand icon. And then we'll be enabling your mic. So we really request that just the people whose names I call are the ones raising their hands at this time, please. Sharon, I see that you're back on. Are you able to unmute yourself? It would be a *6 if you're on a phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I had to switch to another device for some reason. Okay, hold on one second so I can get my screen up that I need. Okay, my name is Sharon Wichorek. My husband and I are small business owners in Ashland. We have 2 sons. One is in public school, in middle school. We are strongly opposed to Oregon Health Authority's continued overreach that violates body sovereignty. First, addressing masks in school. Studies show that facial expressions are a fundamental aspect of how human beings communicate and how they process understanding, and directly serve to communicate empathy and trust. Depression and anxiety are much higher in masked communities. Behavioral health issues in school are now at an all-time high. The suicide rate among teens in Jackson County, get this number, are up by 53%. Our children and our teachers need to have the option to see each other's faces during this critical period of social development and to have that option and to develop healthy relationships with one another. I also believe that it is our inalienable right to breathe oxygen without obstruction. And I want to speak to our own son who has anxiety, and he is not developing, he's not engaging in the ways he needs to engage in order to develop the life skills and the relational skills that he needs. He is in anxiety, high anxiety every single day going to school. And if the overreach continues, we are going to have to pull him out of school. And I don't know how financially we'll be able to do that, balancing our business and our time away from work. So we really do. I just want to say, I'll wrap up very quickly, is that masking, whether it be masking or vaccination, it is a civil liberties violation to force a medical intervention by adding these rules. Body autonomy has to be retained. Now, after 2 long years, Oregonians have to be able to make their own decisions. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you. Next up, we have Peter Christoph, Jody Haley, and Josh Luttrell. If you're on the line, please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's a *5 on the phone or using the hand icon on the computer screen. Okay, the next person we have up, the last 4 digits of the phone number is 0152. I'm sorry, Josh Luttrell is up next. We'll enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself. And if you're on the phone, it's a *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Jody Haley. I'm sorry, my phone number ends in 0152. So
Okay.
I don't know if you want Josh or if you would like me to speak.
You can go ahead now, and Josh will take you next. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to, since it's such a brief time, first of all, my name is Jody Haley, and I have 3 kids in the Banks Public School District. And I would just like to make 2 points, really. I agree with everything that has been said. And specifically, I want to speak to the fact that we know that masks don't work to stop this virus. Other states have totally different policies, and we do not see a difference in outcomes in terms of the spread of COVID. So it's clear that they are not stopping. It's not stopping the virus. It's not, quote, keeping our kids safe, and it is hurting our children. They are really suffering from having to wear these masks in all the ways that people described earlier. And I also want to speak about the vax mandate. I believe that it is absolutely immoral that we would force, that we would violate bodily autonomy for our teachers and volunteers by mandating a vaccine that we do not have long-term safety data for. These teachers and volunteers have the right to decide what to put into their bodies, and we need to respect that. And I also want to just point out that we have very disparate numbers in terms of those who are taking the vaccine, and so we are going to have disparate outcomes, which, as we know, is defined by many of you as indicative of racism. We have, there are very many Black teachers and volunteers, people who would like to volunteer, who are not going to be able to do so because they are unwilling to take the vaccine, and you are going to have outcomes that create discrimination against certain groups, whether that's political, on the basis of race, or otherwise, and it simply must end.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Josh Luttrell. If you could please unmute yourself and provide your testimony. And then after Josh will be Kelly Mackin and Ann Neeland. If you could identify yourself by raising your hand, which is a *5 on a phone. Josh, are you able to unmute? Okay, I'm going to move on to Ann Neeland. If you could please unmute yourself and provide your testimony. Either Josh Luttrell or Ann Neeland, if you could unmute yourself. It's a *6 if you're calling by phone.
Hello, this is Ann Neeland. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Just for note, it's not terribly obvious from the computer screen how you unmute your mic. It takes a little bit. I think that's where people are having trouble. My name is Ann Neeland, and I want to say I'm adamantly opposed any masking and vaccine mandates for students and teachers in Oregon, and I echo all of the concerns that have been stated here. The OHA proposed rule for mask mandates in school is more of the same misguided and tyrannical nonsense that Oregonians have rejected. As the ESSER III federal funds are driving these mask and vax mandates to schools in the school demonstrate, Kate Brown and her administration respond to money. So to the parents, your money speaks too. $10,000 per child comes out of the public school budget. When you pull your children out of school, pull them out to protect them and speak to the state about what we really care about. To the OHA hearing decision makers, you are individually can be held liable for your actions as appointed or elected officials. So you will be held accountable for your actions at this and other OHA hearings because you are violating state, federal, and international laws by forcing masks, which are medical devices, on children without informed consent, and violating RS 431.180 and the Nuremberg Code, among other laws, and by forcing masks on children despite extensive evidence of harms such as speech and language delays, bacterial infections, cognitive disruptions, hypercapnia, depression, and mental health issues, among others, by exceeding your authority to adopt and enforce these mandates because these rules are overbroad and unconstitutional, by claiming invalid authority under an invalid and unlawful state of emergency to adopt these illegal and immoral rules, by violating meeting laws that have set these 3 meetings in a 4-day period that frustrate meaningful public participation, and by violating the people's constitutional rights under 18 USC 241, which is a conspiracy against rights, and 18 USC 242, which is the deprivation of rights under the color of law. You will be held accountable for your actions. The OHA disregards and disrespect parents and others, has disrespected them long enough, and it is now time that you all are held accountable too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Josh Luttrell. If you're able to unmute yourself from the phone, it's *6. From a computer to the left of the leave button at the top, there is a little microphone icon that you can click on to unmute yourself. After Josh, we will have Kelly Mackin, Elizabeth Caudle, and Becky Dubraish up. If you could please identify yourselves by raising your hand, either using the hand icon at the top of your screen in that top bar, or pressing *5 if you're on the phone. Okay, Josh, go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Josh Luttrell, and my wife and I are parents of 2 children at 3 Rivers Elementary in Bend. My point in addressing the group today is there's risks in life. My son and I were up at Mount Bachelor last week, and there's postings everywhere saying of the, outlining the risks on the mountain. And prior to March of 2020, Oregon Health Authority's role in letting us know about these risks was minimal. In fact, I can't recall myself one single campaign or effort that OHA had really steamrolled or let the public know about up until that point. Fast forward to today, we're inundated with messages from the Oregon Health Authority and other government agencies about the risks of coronavirus, to the point, I think, where it's affecting all of our mental health and in a negative way. My wife and I were front lines to the effects of masking and social distancing up until last year. We had nearly 35 years of combined experience as public servants, her as a elementary school teacher and myself as a juvenile probation officer. And we saw the effects that these policies had. They're arbitrary, they're short-sighted. Imagine trying to teach to a group of kindergartners nonverbals with masks. Other people have outlined these issues as well. Or in my son's case, they're new to a school this year and never seeing teachers' faces and wondering whether they're friendly or not. And bottom line, it all comes down to risks. And virus has become a political hot button. The risks are overstated by some and understated by others. And the public's left, depending on agencies like Oregon Health Authority, to appropriately assess the risk to our children in schools. They've done a poor job of doing that, a really poor job of doing that, and inserted themselves as a political entity when they're not publicly elected officials. So let's move forward. The word is out. Everybody knows the risks at this point. Oregon Health Authority, step aside and know your role.
Thank you. Up next, we're going to have Becky Dubraish, and then Kelly Mackin, and Elizabeth Caudle, and Donna Lowry. If you're on the line, please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's a *5 if you're on the phone. Becky, go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Becky Dubraish, and I am an experienced emergency department nurse in a medium-sized urban hospital in Oregon. I'm also a mother of 3 boys who are required to wear masks at school. I'm against all vaccine mandates for our children, for our teachers, and for healthcare workers. I'm also against the permanent mask mandate. Please refer to the last OHA meeting about the reasons masks are ineffective at preventing COVID. COVID is an airborne virus. Omicron is very contagious and especially airborne. My children and I did an experiment a couple nights ago. We put on cloth masks and surgical masks in the cold weather where we could see our breath. We talked, laughed, yelled, and breathed normally. And we could see our breath travel right through the masks. Our breath disappeared quickly, which was a great example of the one thing that will effectively help keep COVID out of our schools. New and improved HVAC systems that circulate air over the building is what we need. We don't need permanent masking, which is ineffective at best and detrimental and harmful to our children and teachers at worst. The school counselor recently told me masks make it very difficult for students to read and understand facial expressions, a large part of communication. Because of this limit in their communication, support providers and classroom teachers are seeing heightened levels of dysregulation and behavior escalations. The safe and effective narrative about the vaccines is falling apart. All you have to do is look at a little bit outside the mainstream media to see COVID vaccine injured people speaking out about their injuries. I am a healthcare worker. Most healthcare workers are not reporting to VAERS. There are over 1 million reports to VAERS. I am concerned that 1 million number is just a small amount of the actual injuries. I have been skeptical about the vaccine safety and only recently started reporting. Before that, I didn't understand my place. Nobody wants to talk about COVID vaccine injuries at work, let alone report to VAERS. The effective narrative about the vaccines is falling apart as well. I have had 4 vaccinated coworkers get COVID recently, and they were fairly sick, from 10 to 14 days each. During the Delta wave, we had vaccinated patients frequently. Now with Omicron, we don't even see the need to ask about vaccination status because we see that the vaccines aren't doing much of anything anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder for anyone who's joined a little bit late, I am calling up the next 3 people that are on the list so that you know when your turn is coming up. We're asking that you please identify yourself by raising your hand. And that's a *5 on the phone or the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. Please, if your name is not called, do not raise your hand. We'd like to remain in order and take the testimony in the order that people have signed up. So the next up is Donna Lowry. We will enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself. That's either *6 from the phone or the microphone icon at the very top of your screen to the left of the red button. And while Donna is unmuting herself, we will have Kelly Mackin, Elizabeth Cable, and Nicole Baldwin. So Donna, are you able to unmute yourself? Let's go ahead and move on to Elizabeth Cable. I'll come back to you, Donna. All right, after Elizabeth and Donna, we will have Nicole Baldwin, Kelly Sloop, and Katie Misfelt. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, either using the hand icon at the top of your computer screen or *5 from your phone. All right, moving on until I see hands raised or until Donna or Elizabeth are able to unmute themselves. We have Kelly Mackin, Nicole Baldwin, Kelly Sloop, Katie Misfelt, and Heather Watts. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand with the hand icon or *5 from your phone. The next person I'm going to call on, the phone number ends in 6379. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6 to provide your full name and testimony. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Elizabeth Cable, and I am a resident of Oregon. Can I unplug this? Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, please. Go ahead.
Oh, fabulous. Well, greetings to everyone. On my way in to enjoy wellness today, I noticed all sorts of daffodils and tulips coming up out of the ground. So spring is arriving, and we are going to make it through this ridiculous dark winter. I, Elizabeth Ann Cable, one of the people of the state of Oregon, hereby state that I, being of sound mind and body, oppose OAR 333-019-1015, as well as 333-019-1030. It is time that we unmask the children, and I totally oppose any kind of injections. If anyone is paying any attention, it is obvious throughout the world that these injections are not working, nor are the masks working, and we are destroying our country by requiring our children to wear masks. It is obvious. So that being said, I'm going to allow for more voices to speak, and I pray to God in Jesus' name that this stops. All of these mandates are ridiculous.
Yes.
Thank you.
Woo.
All right, I'm going to move on to a phone number with the last 4 digits, 3756. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6 on the phone and provide your full name and testimony.
Hi, this is Sheena Angier. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Sheena Angier. I have 2 kids. One is in pre-kindergarten and the other is in 1st grade. And I basically want to say whatever the Elizabeth just said. I completely agree with everything that she just said. Masks are not working. It's just absolutely heartbreaking to see these kids go into school day in and day out. They don't know what their teachers look like. They don't know what their friends look like. There has been no type of research that has been done of what this is doing to our kids. I just want to reiterate, I do not agree with any of these measures. It is time for Oregon to move on, just as most of the United States and now most of the world is doing. So again, I just want to repeat and reiterate what Elizabeth did say, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Heather Watts. If you're able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. It's a microphone icon to the left of the red button at the top of your computer screen, or *6 if you're on the phone.
My name is Heather. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I have no conflict of interest. I'm a mother of 3 children. I am strongly against masks and vaccine mandates for our school children. Our children are not the state's pawns. They have suffered enough. How are we supposed to trust anything you say when on the OSHA website it states that adverse reactions to the COVID-19 vaccine aren't supposed to be recorded on the OSHA record-keeping log because federal agencies are working diligently to encourage COVID-19 vaccinations? OSHA does not wish to have any appearance of discouraging workers from receiving COVID-19 vaccines. If you continue to mask and also add a vax requirement for these children, You will go down on the wrong side of history, and at some point you will be held responsible for the damage you're inflicting on these innocent children. The CDC has publicly stated that natural immunity is superior to vax-induced immunity. That is enough to nullify your attempt at a vax mandate for schools and thus subjecting individuals to non-zero vax risk for no reason. There is no need for a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. The pandemic is ending. It's easy to see that as England, the Czech Republic, Poland, Brazil, Japan, and Ireland have all moved to drop mandates. Cases are dropping in areas in the USA as well. University of Washington professor Dr. Christopher Murray, who is a director of the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, says he believes that Omicron variant of coronavirus has peaked in Washington and will drop as quickly as it rose. Most importantly, this will mark the end of the pandemic. Biden's OSHA vax mandate has been canceled and the federal paused, yet Oregon continues to push on for children when there's no long-term safety data and increasingly damning short-term data on doing more harm than good. The people spoke loud and clear last week regarding the permanent mask mandate. It should speak volumes to you that after 7 hours of testimony, there were still 260 hands raised. During that whole time, not a single person supported your mask mandate. You work for we the people, not the governor, not the CDC, not any other government body or any organization lining your pockets. In the mandates now. Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you. Up next is Donna Lowry. If you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead. And after Donna, we have Kelly Mackin, Nicole Baldwin, Kelly Sloop, Katie Misfelt, and Danny Ella. If you could identify yourself by raising your hand, it's either *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen. All right, Danny Ella, please go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Daniela. I'm a Eugene, Oregon resident, and I'm here to fully oppose masking and vaccination requirements. Also, stop having these meetings during business hours, please. We have to work. It's very simple. The federal government, the state of Oregon, OHA, OSHA, do not own us. You have no rights over our bodies and our medical choices. This virus exists, but everything about it has been exaggerated. A key to COVID is also early treatment with repurposed drugs, which is totally being ignored. If OHA moves along with these requirements, they'll be in violation of our Constitution, other laws, and funny enough, of your own rules. We've been hard at work, and we found that you're in violation of some stuff. So here's one of them, because I'm not going to give you all of them. Per ORS 431-180, title, Interference with Individual Selection of Healthcare Provider, Treatment, or Religious Practice, Prohibited. Quote, nothing in ORS 431-000 or 431-00550 and 431-990 or any other public health law of this state shall be construed as authorizing the Oregon Health Authority or its representatives or any local public health authority to interfere in any manner with any individual's right to select the physician, neuropathic physician, nurse practitioner, choice mode of treatment, nor as interfering with the practice of a person whose religion treats or administers for suffering people by purely spiritual means. You're in violation of a lot of things, and we are going to hold you accountable on the legal grounds. The people are not going to take it. It's not up to you to tell us what to do with our bodies. So stop it. We're going to bring you down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Katie Misfelt. We will go ahead and enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Katie Misfelt. I live in Butte Falls, Oregon. I appreciate you guys doing this public hearing. I had not intended on testifying today, but I will say I have 3 kids in the public school system, and I am opposed to the mask mandates and mandating it for the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to Donna Lowry. Are you able to unmute yourself? It's either *6 from the phone or the little microphone icon just to the left of the red button at the top of the screen. All right, next up we're going to have, it's a phone number that ends in 6613. We'll go ahead and enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. And after this, we still have Nicole Baldwin up, Kelly Sloop, Kamala Patty, and Nicole Degraff. If your name was just called, please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from the phone, or the hand icon at the top of the screen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, this is Matt Runkle, and I'm just, I did not plan on speaking today either. I actually don't even have any kids, but I am really outraged by the way kids are being treated right now, and there's no reason for kids to continue to be masked or for there to be vaccination requirements for teachers or students. This is just an outrage. My mind continues to be blown by the way OHA has handled the situation and the real lack of transparency, accountability, and accessibility on your behalf. I'm really outraged, and I just wanted to add my voice to others who feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kamala Patty up next, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. I also gave testimony on Thursday, and I would like to reiterate my position against masking all across the board. I don't have school-age children, but my grandchildren are approaching school age, and I would hate for them to have to start school wearing masks, unable to see other people's facial expressions, unable to breathe properly. My grandson, who is only 3 years old, already tells me, "Grandma, I can't breathe with the mask on." It's my firm belief that Oregon Health Authority has no authority to mandate over another person's sovereign body. And this applies to the vaccine mandate for the teachers and anybody else. Issue through that I hope that people file a class action lawsuit if you go forward with this. And I'm reiterating it that people are not going to comply. This is out of control in the madness now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And as a reminder to people who are just joining or have joined a little bit late, we are calling names of people who have pre-registered to provide testimony. When you hear your name, please raise your hand to identify yourself by pressing *5 from the phone or by raising your hand using the hand icon at the top of the screen. We will enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself to provide your testimony. Please, if you don't hear your name called, please don't raise your hand as we get through this list. Next up, we have Nicole Degraff, Linda Houlihan, and Peter Caudle. Do we have any of those people on the line? All right, Linda Houlihan, we'll enable your mic and you can go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Thank you. My name is Linda Houlihan, and I'm a concerned grandparent and custodian of all of the children of this world. There is no logic or evidence that masks stop transmission of COVID-19 or any reportable disease as stated in the rule. Thousands of healthcare workers and scientists state that masks do not stop the spread of COVID-19. They are totally useless. Masks are doing more harm to people than what they're trying to prevent. Masking children at school for 7 hours a day is child abuse. When the mask is worn by someone of any age, what we have found is mold in the mask, influenza, bacteria, to name a few. So now you're breathing it in, and they're killing our kids. The vaccine is proven not to work and is proven to cause grave harm to those who take it. And it doesn't, actually, it seems to be that the masks, the vaccines, so-called vaccines, actually a bioweapon, are actually killing people and harming their health over the long run. Uphold the Constitution and stop this abuse. Vote no. We will hold you accountable for what you do here if you move forward with this nonsense. We will not consent and we will not comply. This is not about our health. It is about control, coercion, dictatorship, government overreach, and has no place in America. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we're going to call on a number that ends in 1512. And we still have Nicole Degraff, Peter Caudle, and then Glenda Scherer. If you're on the line, please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is a *5 from the phone, or the hand
Hi, this is
icon at
Nicole
the top.
Degraff.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, my number was also what you called. I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay.
So yes, I oppose this proposed rule. I just saw a yearbook page of all the kids masked up for school photos, and I just think that's ridiculous. Where's the science behind that genius idea? Omicron is peaking this week. Masks have never been shown to reduce COVID, and kids have a statistically zero risk of dying from this. If this is passed, it'll destroy any shred of credibility the Dems and OHA has. The public's not going to support universal preschool or health care as a result. Aside from many states in the nation that aren't doing this, countries like the UK and Northern Ireland are ending COVID restrictions entirely. And I just want to say to the Dem legislators who told me it's only the adults who have a problem with it and that kids don't say anything. Well, darn right, it's the adults. It's our job to have a problem with it. For 2 years of this, it's my job to advocate for my kids. Kids are not afraid. The adults are. They have placed their psychosis on the backs of kids for 2 years too long. You don't know my child, and you sure as heck don't own my child. When Kate Brown said parents have been given too much leeway, she was dead wrong. Kids are taught non-compliance from early on. They learn pretty quickly that speaking up gets their name on the board, no recess or suspension if they're older. Parents of kids tell me they hate wearing masks. So teachers, poll your class. Principals, poll your schools. Ask the kids if they don't have a problem with it. And if kids don't, most of them don't want to be masked. Some that say they do are hiding their identity in an awkward age. They need our advocacy. Do you think 5, 6, 7-year-olds are going to say they have a problem with it when they're taught day one to stand in line and be quiet? OHA said the kids wouldn't be punished, and yet teachers are punishing them. The vax mandates are wrong too. Supreme Court just ruled why they're wrong. Too much agency overreach. So please do not do this.
Thank you. The next person we will have up, the phone number ends in 1912. We will enable your mic so you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 from the phone. And we also have Peter Caudle, Glenda Scherer, and Bethany Conroy up. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead, please.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn?
Can you please state your full name?
Dan Staso. I'm at 1912.
Okay.
I'm a retired
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm a retired psychologist. When I first heard that children were going to be masked and 6 feet distance and hand washing. I thought there's no parent in their right mind that ever agree with this. And I was shocked to find that parents actually allowed this to happen. Masking kids is basically putting them in a prison. You're torturing the children. The kids, besides, don't get COVID and they don't pass it on. So there's no need for a vaccine. So I asked myself, what the hell is going on? This is a crime. So whenever you find a crime, you have to follow the money. I read the book, COVID-19 and the Great Reset by Klaus Schwab. He talks about building back better. That's the slogan of the Biden administration. And Kate Brown apparently follows that entirely. I looked where the money was going, and there's the COVID relief funds. The state is getting millions, if not billions of dollars for this. And when you look at the requirements for this money, it requires vaccination and masking mandates. So this is a crime against humanity. The larger plan appears to be this vaccine passport. I watched the 17-minute video called This Pivotal Moment, and it appears the larger plan is total control of basically control over our lives, beginning with the children. So this is a psyop, folks, designed to enslave us all. We are moving rapidly toward a totalitarian state. OHA is colluding with this tyranny. This must stop. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to Donna Lowry. If you are able to unmute yourself, I see that you have your hand raised again. We will go ahead and enable your mic so that you can either press *6 to unmute yourself from the phone or using the microphone icon at the top of the screen.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. Over the last 2 years with the mask mandates, I've had the opportunity to go into some classrooms and work with amazing students. And I have noticed a great deal of change in the students that I work with. The communication level, my hearing level has been disrupted. And so the energy that the students are taking to learn, they're hiding behind those masks, and the mental changes and the physical changes that I've noticed in my students just cause me great concern. I really, truly hope that this is ended, that our students, local district control with our school boards and our ESD boards can go ahead and take over, knowing what is best for the students in their area and the people that we serve. I hope that you eliminate this mask mandate and vaccination requirements for our teacher and just allow our students and our kids to learn freely and stop hiding behind all this tyranny. Thank you for the opportunity. And again, please just end this. Let our students go back to being kids, able to communicate freely. The saddest thing I have heard, a friend of mine is a teacher. She was in the grocery store. Her student didn't even recognize her, her very young student. She couldn't say hi to this young person because the student did not know what she looked like. To me, that is incredibly sad, breaks my heart that these kids don't even know what their teachers look like. Some of my coworkers, I don't even know what they look like because they are masked up. So have a great day. Please end this and please end it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have a phone number that ends in 4953. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Jessica. I am a mother of 4 kids that go to public school here in Oregon, and I can speak directly to the harm that these masks are causing students because I see it firsthand every day. First off, emotional distress, there's anxiety, social insecurity, and not to mention the safety concern. My young children cannot hear the directions that their teacher is giving. This is really concerning. They're not sure where they're supposed to be going, if it's time to line up or come in, who to stay with. And it is heartbreaking to see the lack of relationships, which just add to feeling unsafe at school. That's a huge concern, and the lack of desire to go to school. So all of these things equal, in my opinion, child abuse. And I think we're reaching a point here where if something's not done, we're just not going to comply. We're going to pull our kids out of school. So hear our voices, take note, and respond correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please provide your full name? I don't think I had called your name up. As a reminder to everyone on the phone, please wait until your name is called before you raise your hand to identify yourself. We're going through a list of people who have registered to provide testimony ahead of time. Next up, we have a phone number that ends in 6676. And we're still, coming up next will be Peter Caudle, Glenda Scherer, Bethany Conroy, and Adriana Capobianco. Please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is either *5 from a phone or using the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. All right, I'm going to move on to the next phone number here. It ends in 3296. We will enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Can
Hi.
you hear me?
My name is Stacy Moffett, and I am against the mask being permanent. My story, or my kids' story, is when the schools reopened, they went back, they're in public school, you know, social distancing, masks, you know, hand washing, temperatures at the door, all of that is very stressful on them. They kind of got used to it, still hated the mask, coming home complaining they can't breathe. You know, both my kids wear glasses, so that was another issue. During those 3 months that they were allowed back before school ended, both my kids got horrible rashes on their faces, to the point where we had to actually pull them out of school to apply steroids to their lips and cheeks. I talked to the doctor, and the doctor said because the CDC doesn't recommend it, my child still has to be masked. So needless to say, I pulled them out of school because I'm not going to listen to my child cry at night because they have to do something that is physically harming them. I don't think it's what's best for them as far as socially. I'm not a teacher. I'm doing my best. They are excelling at home, but I think that they need to be in school. I think that structure is important for them. However, I'm not going to send them back with the stress and anxiety on top of all of the other stuff that they have to deal with. I really think that we are, again, at a turning point that something needs to be done, and these ridiculous mandates need to stop. These kids are stressed beyond max. There's no reason that they should ever feel like this. They're scared to go to school because we're telling them they need to be, and it's crap. So I'm 100% against it.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Adriana Capobianco, and we still have Peter Caudle, Glenda Scherer, Bethany Conroy, and Michelle McConnell coming up next. So Adriana, if you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead and provide your testimony. Adriana, if you're able to unmute yourself, either *6 from a phone or the microphone icon to the left of the red button at the top of the screen. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to a phone number that ends in 6676. We'll enable your microphone, so you can please unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi there. My name's Elizabeth. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on this platform during this hearing. I wanted to strongly oppose the masking requirements in our schools. I have a first grader and a pre-kindergartner, and I feel like our children have really suffered greatly over the past 2 years with these mask rulings and with the lockdowns. They've been isolated from their peers. They've been denied the ability to just live normal kid lives. The science has been becoming more clear that our children are not at high risk for developing severe disease, and that they really haven't been a threat to our society in any way during this pandemic. The harmful measures, I feel like, are going to carry consequences for many years to come in the developmental and social aspect of our youngest children, our most precious members of society. The psychological trauma in the children and adolescents of all ages, we're going to pay the consequences and see this for years to come. Our kids have been forced into a state of fear and have been led to believe that they are to be feared unless their faces are covered. They've been denied the basic right to breathe fresh air and to visualize facial expressions, which is critical to their social development, especially in the early ages or the earlier ages. I feel like their own health has been put at risk by forcing them to rebreathe their own expired air, which has been proven to have ill consequences with toxic levels of CO2. In regards to the vaccination requirements between our teachers and our healthcare and other members of society, this is a violation of our civil liberties. Natural immunity is completely being ignored in these rulings and in these mandates, when we're starting to see that natural immunity is superior to vaccination. We have people who have been willing, as essential people of essential roles, they have been denied the ability to make these decisions for their own health, which is discriminating against their religious and their personal beliefs or other health-related beliefs. I'm also a physician assistant in Oregon, and
We're at the 2-minute time now, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. The next person will be Adriana Capobianco, if you're able to unmute yourself. And as a reminder, for those who are not able to give their full testimony, or for those who won't be able to speak before we close the hearing at 1 p.m., you can send written comments until 5 o'clock today to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. So Adriana, are you able to unmute yourself? All right, the next person I'm going to call up is a phone number that ends in 5438. We'll enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 on the phone. And we're still waiting to hear from Michelle McConnell, Kelly Mackin, and Kate Savannah. I see Adriana is back on the list. If you're able to unmute yourself, either *6 on a phone or the microphone icon to the left of the red button at the top of the screen.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. I had to actually leave and then re-enter for it to work, so other people might be having the same problem. Okay, anyways, thank you. Hello, Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Oregon again. I would like to touch on something that wasn't mentioned last Thursday, but is still relevant here today about the masks, and that is the environmental factor. These masks are becoming a major pollution issue. All across our beautiful state, masks are littered onto our streets, onto our trails, our forests, lakes, waterways. I was recently up at the Crater Lake National Park, and I found several masks littered along the rim trail. They were stuck on an abrupt edge, making it unsafe to clean them up, and now they're stuck up there for who knows how long, maybe forever. Why is it that there's never been a proper protocol for the disposal of these masks? If OHA was truly concerned about the spread of COVID, there would have been biohazard bins on every street corner for dirty masks, and God knows they had the funding for that. But instead, these masks are littered all across Oregon, and they're causing more problems than they're solving. This has never been about health. It's all about control. Forcing young children to mask day in and day out is an abusive form of conditioning. You're teaching them submission and nothing else. Only a truly evil person would vote to mask children indefinitely. So please free the smiles. Love is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, we are calling up names of people who have registered to testify ahead of time. I will call up the next people on the list here. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 on the phone, or using the little hand icon at the top of the computer screen. We are up next. We have Michelle McConnell, Kelly Mackin, Kate Savannah, and I'll go back up to Peter Caudle and Glenda Schurer and Bethany Conroy. If you've heard your name, please identify yourself by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to keep moving down the list here. We have Richard Leroy, Maddie Desmond, and Joanna Z. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from the phone, or selecting the hand icon at the top of the screen. All right, it looks like we have Richard Leroy. We'll go ahead and enable your mic so you can unmute yourself by either pressing *6 from the phone or the microphone icon at the top of the screen. Please go ahead, Richard. All right, I'm going to call on a phone number here that ends in 6027. We will enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 from the phone.
Hello, this is Johanna Z. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Brittany. I am an Oregon resident. I know many students and teachers who have suffered greatly from the so-called mandates. I've spoken to a local PE teacher who describes kids are collapsing and having asthmatic attacks from the masks. And I have to apologize. I only got this information late last night of your proposal. So I invite parents to model healthy behavior by removing your kids from school. You don't allow them to suffer this abuse. I mean, how are you going to feel when they come to you and say, why, if you knew this was wrong, why did you go along with it? We have to stop recognizing OHA, CDC, WHO, even the schools as the authority, and stop saying, well, they made me do it. No, we the people have the power. We need the mama bears and the papa bears. Just say, no, this is not acceptable to our kids, and do not recognize
their authority. They have no authority over us. And until we do that, you know, we're sitting here begging them, pleading with them, stop, don't make this law, don't make that law. But the reality is we are the ones who are in charge. We are the ones in charge. So OHA, we know the truth. You will be held accountable. Currently, there's this Vax clinic in Cottage Grove, and we got it shut down twice yesterday. Once because the people there running it are not properly bonded and insured. And the second is because someone in support of the vaccines attacked a peaceful demonstrator. We're not going to go away, and we will not comply. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Richard Leroy. If you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead and provide your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm a concerned grandparent here in Oregon. I would like to speak for the children who do not have a voice, teachers and staff workers. End these unconstitutional mandates. You will be held accountable. We will not consent. We will not comply. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Glenda Scherer. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by either pressing *6 from a phone or using the microphone icon at the top of the screen. Glenda, are you able to unmute yourself? All right, I'm going to move on to Maddie Desmond. Maddie Desmond, we've enabled your microphone. If you're able to unmute yourself to provide your testimony.
Oh, can you hear me? I
Yes.
think I'm on. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Well, thank you for being here and taking the time to consider my perspective. I'll get right to the point. The proposed Oregon administrative rule requires all school staff to be fully vaccinated or to have an approved or accepted medical or religious exception. This proposal argues that mass vaccination is the only way to stop the spread of COVID in schools. I began my teaching career 2 months before COVID hit, so I have seen the virus's crippling effects on schools firsthand. And yet, I do not believe forced vaccination can be the solution. In a moment, I hope to address some of the more practical and scientific concerns I have with mass vaccination. But most concerning of all, this proposal entirely sidesteps the clear ethical issues with compelling individuals to receive an injection. While the proposal does give a vague and grudging nod to, quote, approved or accepted medical or religious exceptions, the obvious point of the rule is to strong-arm the hesitant into getting their shot. Stories are powerful, so let me tell you mine. When I became a teacher, my entire life changed for the better. My work gives me purpose and meaning. I wake up every morning excited to help my students learn and grow and develop. I've only taught for a couple of years, but I already have strong bonds with a number of students, both past and present. I treasure the opportunity to continue speaking truth and love into their lives, and I look forward to being a stable presence for them as they grow up. I am unvaccinated. This is a choice I made as a thinking adult for reasons that do not neatly classify as either medical preconditions or religious scruples. If this proposal passes, teachers like me will face enormous pressure to receive a vaccination against our better judgment. And I don't just mean the pressure to maintain our livelihood and pay the bills. As a teacher, my first thought is for my students. If I must be vaccinated or lose my job, I will face massive internal pressure to take the vaccine and remain present for my students. Our students today have been deeply affected by the isolation and uncertainty brought on by COVID. There is such a need for stable and strong adult influences in their lives. I believe our policymakers are truly seeking the good of the children. I want you to consider how would it affect students to have trusted teachers ripped out of their lives? Because I am only one, but there are many, many more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Glenda Scherer. If you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead and provide your testimony. And we still have Catherine Gentle on the list, Bethany Conroy, Michelle McConnell, Kelly Mackin, and Kate Savannah. Okay, I'm going to move on to a phone number here that ends in 7185. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 to provide your testimony. And Glenda Scherer, still have you on the list if you're able to unmute yourself. I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 7185. If you're able to unmute yourself by pressing *6 to provide your testimony. Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Catherine Gentle, and I'm an Oregon resident, a concerned community member, and a parent of a child in Oregon schools. And I just support everything that's been stated today on this phone call. And I just need to let the Oregon Health Authority and our leaders in our government to know that I am wholeheartedly opposed to these two measures. This madness needs to stop. And I just want to let Oregon Health Authority know that you are as complicit in this, in supporting essentially what's become propaganda. You know, I'm grateful for people like Senator Ron Johnson today, who is holding a live hearing and testimony for second opinion on these COVID-19 measures that have been forced upon society. It is out of bounds and completely out of balance and causing great harm, not only to our beautiful children, but everybody that supports our children in the school system. You have no authority to authorize this. The governor does not have authority to make law. She does not have authority to pass that buck onto Oregon Health Authority and then onto the schools to police. It is out of bounds. People are mobilizing. This will not stand. My daughter will be removed from school, and we will create alternate communities. If you truly care about health and your community, you must stay within the law. Do not trample on our rights. Louis Ewing is creating mountains of case law. This will not stand up in court. There is so much precedent. You cannot intrude on our bodies. End this madness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Glenda. If you are able to unmute yourself by either pressing *6 on the phone or using the microphone icon at the top of the screen. And then we will move on to a phone number that ends in 4010. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
It is telling me I'm muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name's Crystal, and I am a resident of Eugene, and I have 3 small children who go to an Oregon school. And just to me, I echo everyone's sentiment that the thought of doing this to our children permanently will result in a generation of kids who have problems with empathy, even when we already have the problems that come with technology. And now we're going to mask children. They can't see their friends' faces. And it's also not stopping the spread of COVID. We've had a mask mandate for years, and it's still going. Cases are on the rise, and it seems silly to try to stop this with masks when we're going to, it feels like we're prioritizing everything above this. I went to a show at the Holt Center, and people were sitting side by side, and then I go to my school and volunteer for my children, and the kids are being told to pay attention to their T-zone. They're masked outside, being told to raise their arms and keep distance from their friends in an educational setting when you can go and sit literally basically on top of somebody at a duck game, at any kind of other scenario. Adults who it's more likely to harm are able to live their lives basically normally, and we're treating children like they're going to bring us all down if the spread continues amongst them. I feel angry, and it feels unlawful, and this will be fought. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Glenda again if you're able to unmute your phone. And then next up, we still have Bethany Conroy, Michelle McConnell, Kelly Mackin, Kate Savannah, Brandy Azell, and Mark Thielman. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's either *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. Going to go further down the list. We have Carol Redwine, Andrew Lewis, and Ann Mahoney. If you hear your name, please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from the computer, or the hand icon at the top of the, *5 from the phone, or the hand sign at the top of the computer. It looks like we have Andrew Lewis. We'll go ahead and enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. And we have Mark Thielman. We'll go ahead and enable your microphone as well, if you're able to unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, thank you.
All right, I want to follow in the same vein as everyone else that what you guys are trying to implicate is anti-science, and I cannot respect an Oregon Health Authority coming out in total opposition to all of the latest science, including the announcement yesterday from the nation of Israel, the most vaccinated country on the planet, saying that which has the highest rate of Omicron ever seen in any population ever, why you would then triple down on this very unscientific thing. So let me give an example, and really it's important for people to understand. The way that you guys are irresponsibly announcing that, you know, a booster can really increase your antibody level is a lie. It's a lie because it doesn't address Omicron. You can increase all the antibody levels against alpha COVID you want, and it is not effective against Omicron. This is a different virus. So I got a nice nasty gram yesterday from OHA because in my school district in LC, we are going to take charge of our local policy as a means of enforcing your mandate. But what we're not going to do is be anti-science and tell people that paper and cloth masks don't work when the science says they don't. When Samaritan Health Services has adjusted and they're only allowing KN95 or N95 masks in their hospitals. You guys need to be able to maneuver quickly. So please, let's stop the charade and get back to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we'll have Andrew Lewis. We'll enable your microphone so you could please unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
My name is Andrew Lewis. I am a long-term resident of Clackamas County and a United States Air Force veteran. And I am appalled that we are having this public conversation in this format. This is ridiculous. This is not a democracy. That said, I'm also very angry that we're having a conversation about forcing vaccinations upon citizens of the United States of America. How can we do this? The children, our fellow citizens, we have completely erased any sense of freedom in this country using COVID-19 as an excuse. I implore anybody listening to this to go to the basics, go back to the emergency use authorizations that were given for these so-called vaccines, read them. They read exactly like an experiment. The companies responsible for manufacturing these vaccines are required by law, or by those emergency use authorizations, to report in real time any adverse effects from their vaccines, deaths, efficacy. These are all questions you ask before you start an experiment, but we are continuing this as an experiment under the emergency use authorization. None of these vaccines were ever approved by the FDA. Okay, if they were not approved by the FDA and they're still under an emergency use authorization, why the hell are we mandating people get it? I am fully and completely opposed to this. And this format is ridiculous. What is that damn thing sound? We should be having a public discourse with people gathering together to talk about this. This is not a democracy. We're coming for you guys. Bye.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move down the list here. We're still waiting to hear from Kelly Mackin, Kate Savannah, Brandy Ezell, Carol Redwine, and Ann Mahoney. If you can please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen. And Glenda, I know that you're still waiting to speak. If you could try unmuting yourself again, please. All right, again, we're waiting on Brandy Ezell, Carol Redwine, Ann Mahoney, Amy Morgan, Melissa Lapp. I'm going to go ahead and call on Melissa Lapp. We will go ahead and enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. My name is Ann Mahoney. Thank you. I am 100% opposed to all masking requirements in schools and all vaccine requirements for teachers and school staff. Please keep in mind these points. Number one, there is no emergency. There never has been one. The numbers do not support it. Number two, the so-called vaccine has only gotten an emergency use authorization under the guise of an emergency. Otherwise, the emergency use authorization is null and void. And by the way, masks and COVID tests are classified under EUAs as well. Number three, even if this could be called an emergency, no emergency suspends the people's rights. Rights cannot be taken from us. We, the people, have the right to breathe freely, to speak freely, to assemble freely, and to be free from wearing face coverings or taking injections into our bodies that we do not want. Number four, by implementing these rules, you are perpetrating fraud. Fraud is a felony, and a felony carries a prison sentence. We have seen the irrefutable evidence that wearing masks and taking the COVID-19 vaccines do not stop the spread of the virus. But ultimately, it does not matter whether masks and vaccines work or not. What truly matters is that the people of Oregon have sovereignty and authority over their own bodies. OHA, I urge you to do the right thing by repealing these harmful rules immediately. We, the people of Oregon, will not comply, and we will hold you accountable for your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Lapp, are you able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony?
I am, thank you. My name is Melissa Lapp, and I'm a resident of Sherwood and mother of 3 school-aged children. I oppose mask and vaccination mandates for children and adults in schools. Despite widespread evidence that masks and vaccines do not limit the transmission of COVID-19, Oregon children are still subjected to these mandates, while children in the majority of states in our country are not. Studies abound proving the ineffectiveness of masks. Studies also abound which prove the harm of wearing masks, particularly relating to children who are still developing in their language and social skills. Masks do not provide adequate oxygen flow. They are full of one's own carbon dioxide. They reduce effective communication in a learning environment. At very best, opposing parties could agree that there is conflicting evidence on mask and vaccine efficacy. This hearing seems to be about Oregon citizens trying to convince OHA that masks and vaccines should not be mandated. I want to ask, why does OHA believe they should? A simple but important question that has so far not been answered by the OHA. Even in the language of the rule, OHA states that masks and vaccines are, quote, necessary to help control COVID-19, end quote. If masks and vaccines have not achieved this objective within the last 2 years, what is the logical basis for continuing with these mandates? Children cannot and should not be expected to bear the burden of achieving impossible objectives, even if masks and vaccines were completely neutral, which they are obviously not. The question that must be answered is this: where is OHA's evidence that mask and vaccine mandates for children in school do more good than harm? If this cannot be answered, then there is zero reason to continue with this rule. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back up to Brandy Azell. And then we have Amy Morgan, Rachel Najjar, and Amy Olch. And again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. If you heard your name called, please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's either *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen. And Glenda, I wanted to still give you a chance if you're able to unmute. I apologize. I'm not sure why that's not happening on your end, but we have enabled your microphone. So either *6 from the phone should work or the microphone icon at the top of the screen. All right, I'm going to call on a number here that ends in 1981. We will enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Amy Morgan.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to make this short and sweet. I would like people to go ahead and look up Operation Lockstep. This whole entire thing has been a plandemic, not a pandemic. We do not agree with any of your masks, your shots, any of it, and we will not comply. We are going to stand up and we are going to bring this whole entire thing down on top of your heads. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to somebody that shows up as RN on the list here with their hand raised. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Brittany. I would like to know, my name is Rachel Najjar. I'm with Children's Health Defense, and I'm a mother. I would like to know who typed this document and why they think it's okay to lie to the public. This golden COVID cow that you're worshiping is about to crumble. Do you want to be taken down with it, or will you stand up now for yourself and for all of Oregon? We already addressed the masking issue, so I'm moving straight to forced inoculation for these poor teachers. It would be one thing if these injections were working effectively as vaccines for a deadly virus, but we know that neither of those are true. This is an experimental injection that has been so ineffective, we are trying for a 4th time in less than a year of being rolled out to get it to work. I did not see any of the original studies of mRNA vaccines listed. I was looking for one in particular where all of the ferrets that were injected with mRNA died within 18 months. We aren't there yet with that timeline. And since this is experimental, we don't know the long-term effects this will have on our society. I really wanted them to be safe, these jabs. So to be sure, I did what my doctor taught me to do. I asked a pharmacist for a vaccine insert. It said intentionally left blank. I, for one, do not want my young children in close quarters with an adult that has been injected with unknown instances. We don't know the effect that they're going to have on children or other people in close proximity with those, and we need to be careful. If you read Pfizer's data, it says that injected individuals should avoid contact with other people for 14 days, and if they touch a pregnant woman, she should seek treatment immediately. All we know about this inoculation is that it is a code that approximates how to create synthetic spike proteins in the body. It was supposed to stay localized near the injection site, but we are finding spike proteins all over the body. It's not working. You cannot deny this. Please stop sacrificing children to your COVID God. Please let teachers do their jobs and leave them alone. You will be held accountable and blood will be on your hands.
Okay, thank you. We're at the 2-minute mark, so I'm going to move on now. Next up, we have Amy Olch, Stephanie Manti, and Tressa Beaver. As a reminder, we are calling names from a list of people who have registered to provide testimony ahead of time, and we ask that when your name is called, you identify yourself by raising your hand, which can either be done by pressing *5 on the phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen if you're on a computer. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself to provide testimony. This hearing is being held until 1 o'clock this afternoon. For those who are not able to provide testimony, or for those who the 2-minute testimony limit is not enough, we are taking written comments until 5 p.m. today. Those can be sent to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. So again, next call for Amy Olch, Stephanie Manti, Tressa Beaver, Leanne Thorson. And Glenda, we still have you on the list here with your microphone enabled, so if you are able to figure out how to unmute yourself, please feel free to just speak up. All right, I'm going to keep moving down the list. I'll come back to those that I've already called that have not joined. We have Shelley Riverman, Amy Patton, and Andra Salmon. All right, I see Leanne Thorson has joined. We will go ahead and enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. Leanne, you can go ahead and unmute yourself if you're able to. Okay, I'll come back to Leanne. The next person on here is a phone number that ends in 7445. We will enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. All right, moving down the list, we have a phone number that ends in 8684. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 to provide your testimony. It looks like we have a phone number that ends in 7445 that has been unmuted. If you could please provide your full name and your testimony. All right, I'm going to move on to Amy Patton. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Amy Patton, and I'm a third-generation Oregonian and a parent of 2 school-aged boys. Since Kate Brown closed Oregon schools March 2020, almost every COVID response has disproportionately impacted Oregon children, even though the science has overwhelmingly shown that children are at lowest risk for severe outcomes from COVID. In case you've forgotten, let me remind you of a few. Playgrounds closed March 2020, and up until September 2020, most Oregon playgrounds were roped off, swings removed, and basketball hoops taken down. Even when study after study showed the outdoor exposure was low, especially in children. Fall 2020, when the majority of schools across the country resumed in-person learning, Oregon schools remained closed due to impossible community spread metrics put in place by OHA and ODE. Most Oregon students did not return to full-time in-person learning for 18 months. Fall of 2020, while large groups of protesters gathered and damaged property in downtown Portland, Governor Brown would not let high school athletes resume their sports seasons. College and professional teams were allowed to play, but our kids could not play. And after months of ignoring parents, mental health experts, coaches, and players, Governor Brown finally allowed sports to resume February 2021, but with extreme restrictions not seen in most states. Our kids had to play in empty stadiums with no spectators while crowds set fire to Portland nightly. Players were forced to mask while competing, and kids across Oregon were passing out as a result. And here we are in our third year of disrupting the lives of Oregon children, and we are still one of the most restrictive states for children with no better outcomes than the less restrictive states. Oregon kids are forced to mask 7 hours a day with little breaks, and some are even forced to eat outside in the cold. My 10-year-old must run around while wearing a mask in PE. However, his 70-year-old grandmother can play in pickleball tournaments without a mask. OHA and ODE are actively harming children with this continued and unnecessarily masking of children, and now you want to make these measures permanent. Enough is enough. Stop harming our kids. OHA and ODE and Kate Brown, it's time to put Oregon children first and let our children breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. Leanne Thorson, are you able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony? And again, to unmute, it's *6 from the phone or the microphone icon at the top of the screen to the left of the red button. Okay, I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 8684. If you could please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and provide your testimony. #8684. All right, I'm going to move down to a phone number that ends in 7445. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Can you hear me now? I tried to speak last time and it didn't go through, I don't think.
I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. So my name is Shelley, and I would like to thank this panel for the opportunity to speak today in regard to the harms of masking of children and adults. I am a mother of 4 children, 2 of which have already been removed from school, and my children approaching school age will not be attending the school as long as these harmful policies are in place. I'm going to read the mission statement for the Oregon Health Authority aloud, which states, ensuring all people and communities achieve optimum physical, mental, and social well-being through partnerships, prevention, and access to quality, affordable healthcare. However, I have a very difficult time reconciling your organization's performance in relation to your mission statement, primarily the claims about achieving optimum physical, mental, and social well-being, when I see that these policies that are being created and adopted throughout the state at the organization's behest and the impact that they are having on the community at large. The reason for my comments is that your policies have directly negatively impacted my family and placed my children's scholastic careers in jeopardy, leaving me to question why your organization has completely ignored literally hundreds of studies that I have read and deciphered myself, which show an inadequate risk profile was used, and the resulting is children who are being harmed physiologically, psychologically, and socially for a virus that is less harmful to them than the flu, which has been around for 300 years. since 1729. The negative effects of wearing masks have been examined as far back as 1991, and if this information is available to me, then I know that it is available to you. So I implore you to please look into the things that I'm about to say. I am aware that I have a limited time to speak, so I will read from the most important studies and send the rest in before 5 p.m. and as a public comment. I'd like to reference a study out of Rome, Italy, which acknowledges that children not only have extremely low risk to the virus, but they naturally have the capability of evading the SARS-CoV-2 virus due to the lack of the ACE2 receptors in their nostrils. Next study is a rather troubling study out of Brown University on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on early child cognitive development, with the study showing a pretty dramatic drop of development and overall intelligence since the start of the pandemic. This study shows a 23% drop in scores under the intelligence quotient and a 30% drop in verbal and nonverbal development quotient from an average of 100 in 2018 to just below 90% in 2020.
Okay, thank you. We're over the 2 minutes, so I'm going to have to move on. Please submit any additional comments as written testimony before 5 p.m. today. I'm going to go ahead and call on Kelly Sloop. We will enable your microphone so that you can provide testimony. Kelly Sloop. And we still have Leanne Thorson, if you're able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, this is Leanne Thorson. I'm a 27-year resident of Oregon, a mother of 5, and a certified state child care provider. I'm here to speak to the parents who are grieving the loss of their children's childhood. I feel that although every testimony given begs for freedom, the deaf ears of Oregon's governor and the Oregon Health Authority will ignore their pleas. I pray I'm wrong, but I hope the parents are listening. My daughter is 7 years old. 2 years ago, I met with her school to discuss kindergarten. Although it was a fight, we were successful and rejoiced that she would join her peers in a typical classroom. You see, Pearl has Down syndrome. From the day she was born, I became not only her mother, but also her advocate. Any parent with a disabled child can tell you it is a battle. We were disappointed that schools closed. She desperately wanted to go to school, make friends, have a teacher, and just ride a bus. When they reopened again, I met with her IEP team. With her disability comes speech delays. Her IEP is to support her speech delays, so naturally she cannot succeed while wearing a mask or trying to learn language skills from mask teachers and peers. I prepared for the meeting with science-based studies regarding masks in classroom settings. Not only do masks create harmful negative metabolic changes and psychological distress, they increase the spread of the virus. Despite this evidence, my legitimate concern for my
Leanne, I think you accidentally muted yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, where did I leave off?
It was just a few seconds ago.
Okay, I said, despite this evidence, my legitimate concern for my daughter's psychological, emotional, and physical health, the fact that her IEP is for speech delay, they hung up on me and ended the meeting with a hard no for an unmasked education for Pearl. This was not only a violation of her rights as a disabled American to be given a free public education in the least restrictive environment. It's a violation of her human rights, the same human rights that are being violated against every child in public school in Oregon, forced to go without breathable oxygen. I'm also a child care provider, and what I've seen is that it's creating fear, uncertainty, and it steals the natural desire for socialization and individualism. Our children are living without smiles and natural sign of affirmation and love. This alone is critical to learning how to be part of a human society. I'm begging every parent to wake up. Our children are in danger. It's your turn to advocate for your child. Take off their masks, let them breathe, and get back to normal life. We cannot let this continue another day. OHA, it is ethically and morally wrong.
Okay, thank you. We're over the 2-minute mark, so I'm going to have to move on.
Thank
you. Do we have Kelly Sloop on the line? Are you able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony?
Yes, I was able to get it to work.
Great. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Kelly Sloop, and I've been a registered pharmacist for over 30 years and a native Oregonian. I strongly oppose the OHA proposal for permanent rules for vaccine mandates for teachers and masks for in K through 12. Masks in schools have shown little clinical efficacy or significant benefit, but have caused more harm with increased mental health issues, behavior issues, developmental issues, slow speech development, and lack of emotional connection. Masks also discriminate against children with disabilities and those learning languages. Transmission is not from schools. It is usually from the majority, 95%, through the community. Vaccines should be based on age and specific risk factors and directed at the most vulnerable. The majority of severe illness and death is over 70 and with multiple comorbidities. Naturally acquired immunity has lasting protection, and with Omicron, we are reaching herd immunity. The Supreme Court blocked Biden's vaccine mandate. There are now other treatments available, such as antivirals, monoclonal antibodies. And there's also rapid testing that is now available. COVID is here to stay, and we will be transitioning from pandemic to endemic, and it will be recognized as an infectious disease just as flu. We cannot mandate kids and the teachers to bear the brunt of this infectious disease. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, I'm going to call on a number that ends in 6379. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. And also up on the list is Brandy Azell, Carol Redwine, Amy Olch, Stephanie Manti. If you could identify yourself by raising your hand, either *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen. Okay, for the phone number that I called on, please go ahead and provide your name and testimony.
Hello, this is Trust.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. I oppose these mandates. This is complete and utter overreach in our government systems, our school systems. The school board, OHA, does not have jurisdiction to authorize these vaccine mandates, these mask wearing for our children. It's unacceptable. The UK is stopping the vaccine passports and the vaccines and the mask wearing. They know that this is a major overreach in government. The Great Reset is stopping now. You have no power. You have no jurisdiction. And we will hold you accountable. This is egregious attack and a violation against our God-given human rights, our natural rights, our constitutional rights, and the Nuremberg Code. If you do not stop these vaccine mandates, these mask wearing in schools and businesses and healthcare professionals, we will hold you accountable. I oppose these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we will have Carol Redwine. We will go ahead and enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 from the phone or using the microphone icon at the top of the screen. And we are also, we have Amy Olch, Stephanie Manti, Andra Salmon, and Meredith Payton up. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen. So Carol, please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I am a teacher. I've been teaching face-to-face in a trade program in community college and in high school, K 11th and 12th grade, with long hours in small spaces since summer of 2020. I have many months of real life experience. We are not super spreading COVID. It's time to move forward. We have been wearing masks. They are tiring. We cannot communicate properly. We cannot read people's faces. They cause us to be out of breath trying to lecture. I'm out of breath a little myself now because I just came from my class. We can't hear properly. We are asking to have students repeat over and over. Communication is terrible with the masks, and it's had a terrible effect on everyone's mental health. Most of the country is not living in this fear. They use common sense and treat COVID-19 like a flu. Wash hands, stay home if sick, etc. And as far as vaccines, we currently have a terrible shortage of qualified teachers. Those that wanted the vaccine have gotten it. Those that don't or cannot will not. If those that are exempt get forced to, we will lose them too. This must all become a case of choice. Mask if you feel safer. Don't if you feel safe not to. Use common sense and get teachers that left the schools back in the classroom. These mandates are destroying our children's education and mental health. And my mental health is okay, only because I am a child of God. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we will have a phone number that ends in 5989. We will go ahead and enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Again, that's a phone number that ends in 5989.
Hi, thank you for your time. I just wanted to communicate that I'm very, very against having masks be mandated even in our whole state and in school. I feel like you have been able to provide us with information about what is safe, what is best to do, like stay home when you're sick, try not to spread things, get vaccinated if you want to, wear masks if you want to. At this point, it needs to just be a choice, not forced upon these poor children that are suffering more than you guys are even recognizing. I have a child that can't read because she's been spent kindergarten and first grade in a pandemic wearing a mask that she can't hear properly, and therefore she cannot learn the sounds in order to read. It's damaging far beyond your guys' scope. I feel like you need to start giving people to be able to make good choices to stay home if they're sick, or wear the masks if they want to wear their mask, or get vaccinated if they want to get vaccinated. But you have to at some point let people make decisions. It's so important for the future for our children to become good adults. It's far damaging more than you're realizing. So please do not do this to our children and the whole community. I'm about ready to leave this state because of how you guys are reacting. Please move forward and stop living in fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please provide your name? We didn't get that at the beginning of your testimony.
Sorry, it muted me. Yes, sorry about that. My name is Stacy Anderson.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 2901. We will enable your microphone so you can press *6 to unmute yourself. And we still have Amy Olch and Andra Salmon, Meredith Payton, Sarah Day coming up next.
You are allowed to unmute yourself. Press raised.
All right, the phone number that ends in 2901, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your testimony. All right, I'm going to move on here. Glenda, I know that you're still on the line with your hand raised, so if you are able to unmute, please go ahead and unmute yourself so you can provide testimony. For the person that was just trying to speak with the last phone number, I think maybe you had dialed in on 2 separate devices. Your number was showing up twice, and that might have been why we were getting the feedback. So if you can try calling back on just one device, and please raise your hand to identify yourself. We'll get you back in the queue. And I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 5509. We will enable your microphone so that you can press *6 to unmute yourself and provide your testimony. And still up next on the list, we have Andra Salmon, Meredith Payton, Sarah Day, and Laura Schwartz.
Hi, this is Jenny LaFord. I'm the 5509.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm against the mask mandate. You know, as a grandmother of 9 grandchildren who are dealing with this now, and 2 of them being homeschooled because they cannot wear masks because of medical reasons. You know, as the previous woman just stated, you know, we raise our children to make good decisions, and at this point, we've all have been through this for 2 years, and we are making the decision that is right for us, right for our families, right for our children, and everyone in our households and those around us. And like it's been stated numerous times today, we have to be able to make those decisions. And, you know, I still wear a mask when I go in someplace sometimes because they require it. But the minute I walk out that door, it comes off. And, you know, that choice has to be ours, not from the state. And yes, many people, many friends of mine have moved out of this state because of what is happening here. And that's very sad because we live in a beautiful state. And the world, this state needs to listen to the people here for once. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the phone number that ends in 2901. We will enable your microphone so you can press *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Kelly Tanner, and I definitely oppose the mask. I have an autistic daughter. She's 6 now. One of her biggest problems is her speech and identifying cues, facial cues from people to tell whether they're angry or mad. By her wearing the mask, she's not able to get her full education through the speech department. She's also not able to fully identify people's cues with their face because the mask is covering it. She is now conditioned to wearing a mask, and she, when I tell her she doesn't have to wear her mask, it's her comfort now, and she's been conditioned now to accepting that mask is a cool thing. I have another daughter who is in 6th grade who plays basketball, and it is just appalling that they are forced to wear masks while they are playing basketball. I do not wear a mask when I go in public. I will not go into a store. If I go into a store and is confronted about them wanting me to wear a mask, I ask them, are you going to refuse my business? Some of them says no. And the ones that do say yes, I turn around and I walk out. I do not support that anymore. They need to stop this mandate. It is against our constitutional rights. We, as people, we have a right to say if we want to wear a mask, and I heard a lot of educational points today, which I've done research and I know about. The mask is causing more harm than anything. And spike proteins, that's a real thing. And at this point, I am believing that the OHA and Governor Kate Brown, this is all a money margin. You know, it's a way to make money. And it's ridiculous. Thanks very much for your time and listening.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Amy Olch. We will enable your mic so that you can unmute yourself. Amy Olch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. First of all, I just want to point out the hypocrisy of the Oregon Health Authority for holding these meetings via Zoom, because if the Oregon Health Authority actually believed in the science of these vaccines, they would feel perfectly safe confronting their public in person. So the fact that they don't just shows the rest of us that they don't even believe in the science that they're supposedly pushing on everybody else. And I think it's ridiculous and ludicrous that they're having these meetings via Zoom so that they know most of the public is not going to be able to participate. And they're doing it during the day, during the week, knowing most people are going to have to work. So I just want them to know, first and foremost, we see through it. We see the hypocrisy. We know what you're doing with these Zoom meetings. And it's very obvious that you don't even believe in the science of the vaccine yourselves. And I want to say I oppose these fascist mandates, the masks, the vaccines. The OHA is not an elected body. They were appointed by Kate Brown. So they have absolutely no right to enforce rules on citizens that are going to affect Oregonians in such a profound and negative way. And obviously the vaccines are not working. So any kind of vaccine passport is meaningless. Everybody knows that because everybody who's vaccinated is getting sick right now. All of my vaccinated clients, they're either sick from COVID or they're sick from their booster shot. So we all know that the science of these vaccines doesn't work. So the fact that they're trying to push any kind of mandate is completely ridiculous and pointless and hypocritical. These vaccines should have only been meant for people who were very at risk, very old, not healthy people. The CDC is coming out now and having to admit that natural immunity is best, just like it's been for thousands of years. People are just going to have to catch this. It's not going away. We're not going to stop it. You can't stop a virus. Everybody knows that. That is science. So everybody's just going to have to catch it. And the sooner they do, the better, because then we can actually have herd immunity and natural immunity and move on with our lives. So there's no escaping it. There's no stopping it. And if the OHA actually believed in this science, they would recognize this.
We're at the 2 minutes, so I'm going to have to move on. Thank you. Glenda, we tried something different for you. Are you able to unmute yourself now?
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Just a moment. Let me get my speech up here. Hello, my name is Glenda Shear, and I'm the founder of Unheard Parents. I am a licensed teacher in Oregon and a parent of a child with a disability. I'm licensed in the area of reading, special education, and English K-12. My Master's of Arts is from Portland State University in the area of curriculum and instruction with a literacy emphasis. I am currently being, oh, Russell, go back, please. I am here to provide, okay, come here, Russ. I am here to provide testimony as a credentialed professional and parent. As a professional, I have taught under the mask mandate, and I want to be very clear. Masks have no business in an educational setting. None. It is extremely difficult for children to attend to a faceless voice. It makes delivery of instruction difficult. Moisture accumulates inside. It's gross. In order to be able to learn to read, a young child needs to hear and say sounds correctly. Children need to see how the mouth and tongue are positioned in order to replicate sounds, and that's how they learn how to read. As a parent, I want to state that children with disabilities are being denied a free and appropriate Oh, excuse me. I'd like to finish because I was interrupted several times. My own son has been denied FAPE. Can you picture a 4-year-old with autism going to a special preschool in Gladstone Teaching Preschool with a staff from Clackamas ESD that is paid for by tax dollars, and he rarely gets to see adults with a smile on, to see adults smile. On his IFSP, he has goals to improve joint attention and build relationships. That cannot be done with a teacher wearing a mask. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 8898. We will enable your microphone so that you can press *6 to unmute yourself. And we still have Andra Salmon, Meredith Payton, Sarah Day, and Latia Arendez up next. If you could identify yourself by raising your hand, it's either *5 from the phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen. So if the phone number that I just called was able to unmute themselves, please provide your name and your testimony. Okay, I'm going to move on to phone number that ends in 2901.
Hi, this is Kelly Tanner again. I'd like to briefly just touch up on the fact that Governor Kate Brown was seen out of state wearing not wearing a mask. So why is it okay for her to do that over there? She said that it was just for a picture, but in fact, there had been other pictures that she was not wearing a mask that night. And I also want to talk about why are these meetings in the daytime when most people can't be there and probably don't even know about. I never knew about this until my friend let me know. And it's because they don't want a disturbance. They're scared of people because we are waking up to see what is going on and they don't want us involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Sarah Day. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. So we have Sarah Day. If you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead. We will enable the microphone of Meredith Payton.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me back. I spoke last week. This is Dr. Meredith Payton. I'm not affiliated with any organization as of right now. However, I am representing my children today. I'd like to say that masks, obviously, according to testimony and according to scientists and pretty much everyone by this point, they're ineffective at preventing viral transmission, even as noted in studies conducted by the CDC. This sentiment was shared with the citizens of the United States by Dr. Anthony Fauci himself on 60 Minutes in March 2020, a time when the Alpha variant was robust in our community and we were experiencing much higher degree of mortality due to COVID-19. Dr. Fauci shared the following sentiment. Right now, there's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a bit better. It might block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection people think it is. And often there are unintended consequences. I'd like to remind you of a few of these unintended, well-documented consequences. Increased irritability, difficulty in concentration, emotional lability, drowsiness, fatigue, decrease in language acquisition, headaches, decrease in perceived happiness, decreased empathy, impaired learning, increased oropharyngeal and other infections, mask-related skin pathology, reluctance to go to school, lowered IQ, malaise, shortness of breath, dizziness, feelings of hopelessness, unwillingness to move and play. Is an unproven non-medical means of preventing COVID-19 transmission truly necessary to mandate an organ for our children, for anyone? When the outdoor mask mandate was lifted, I had to call my daughter's school twice and email once before they even told the students. 2 weeks later, they finally got around to it. Even now, when I ask my daughter if the kids remove their masks at recess, she tells me no. When I ask why not, she says it's because they're scared of getting in trouble, not because of the sick, as she's calling it. Also, I would like to point out that the Oregon Health Authority has no ability to mandate medical procedures. Not
Thank
even
you.
I.
We're at the 2 minutes, so I'm going to need to move on. Up next, we have Sarah Day. If you're able to unmute yourself, your mic has been enabled. And coming up on the list, we have Andra Salmon, Laura Schwartz, Kate Robinson, Jill Rayburn. If you could please raise your hand to identify yourself by pressing *5 on the phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen. We're going to go ahead and enable the microphone for Letia Arendez. I apologize if I'm messing up names. If you're able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Latia Arendez. I am opposed to mask mandates and vaccine mandates. First of all, we need to let people decide for themselves without mandates. Some will still choose to wear masks and still choose to get vaccinated, and that should be their choice. We need to feel like we can be trusted. And we need to see each other's faces. Mental health is just as important. Number 3, COVID has a 98.9% survival rate. So why are we counting numbers and why are we doing all of this when we could treat it like a flu and just stay home when we're sick? Also, with masks, it makes it super easy for child trafficking to happen. I went through the grocery store and I felt like there was something wrong with an adult with a young child. Things didn't seem right, but because they both had masks, I didn't feel like I could do anything. And so I'm concerned about child trafficking and also suicide. So anyway, I'm a mother of 4 kids, and I pulled them out of the public school system because I will not have them wear masks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah Day, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Day. I am the mother to 2 elementary school children in the Greater Albany Public School District. I'm speaking today to oppose the mask mandate. I have a special needs child that has a rare medical condition, and part of his medical condition has caused him to have sensory processing disorder. My child cannot wear a mask. We have asked and begged and pleaded for an exception, and it has not been given to us. This is not fair what you guys are doing to our special needs children. My child used to love going to school. Now he hates it. He begs not to go because he is forced to wear a mask all day, every day. He doesn't get to see facial expressions like other kids. He doesn't get to do any of that because it's hidden behind a mask. The masks are no longer working. We know that. The CDC even said cloth masks do not work. What's next? Are you going to put our kids into N95s or KN95s? I completely am opposed to this, and if this happens and you guys push through with it, I will be filing a lawsuit.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on a phone number that ends in 8898. We've enabled your microphone. If you could press *6 to unmute yourself and provide your testimony. That's phone number 8898. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Laura Schwartz. I live in Clackamas County, and I have 2 children in elementary school in the public school system. I'm strongly against the mask mandate for kids. From the perspective of a parent, it seems as though you, the OHA, are unable to calculate risk. The risk to children, even unvaccinated and unmasked, is so incredibly small compared to adults. Yet the OHA maintains the severest restrictions in the country as it pertains to children. We know the harms of masking, included but not limited to social, educational, emotional impairments. These cannot be reversed. There is no vaccine for that. Why not focus all this attention and time on the unvaccinated elderly with comorbid conditions? Why not focus on individuals in nursing homes? I suspect you are focusing on children because they can't speak up, because they don't have voting rights. But I implore you to leave our children out of it. I've heard people say children are resilient, but what they mean is they don't have the language to express all the ways in which you've hurt them. But one day they will find their voice, and until then, I, among so many other Oregonians, will stand up for them. As if a permanent mask mandate wasn't enough, there is no end game, no off-ramp, no goal to achieve in which this rule would be rescinded. This is scientifically and morally unjustified. My kindergartner is trying to learn how to read and pronounce sounds with a masked face and masked teacher, and anyone with common sense can tell you this is absurd. My 4th grader can only get fresh air, in his words, quote unquote, while using the bathroom at school, since there is no other place he can take his mask down without getting reprimanded. Stop using the guise of safety to justify masks. It is cruel and unusual punishment to our vulnerable kids. Let our kids return to normal life. They only have one childhood that they can never get back. We, along with many others, are prepared to leave the state this summer as a direct result of the way our children have been treated, like political pawns in your never-ending game. The trust in the OHA, by your own repeated actions that continuously puts children last, has been obliterated. Like Jennifer Dale said, the best thing you can do for yourself is to begin the long process of earning it back. I say, listen to us. Start here, start today. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 0930. We will enable your microphone so that you can press *6 to unmute yourself, please. (0930). If you've unmuted yourself, please go ahead and provide your name and comments. Okay, I'm going to move on to a phone number that ends in 0685.
I'm speaking here. I'm speaking here. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please provide your name and your comment.
Yeah, my name is Samir, and I am a father of two kids, 8-year-old and a 3-year-old. 8-year-old goes to public school, and she's 2nd grader. And like everyone said, I oppose the mask mandate, making it permanent in school setting, because it's just like not done that the kids have to sit in the school for 8 hours and longer. They cannot take off their mask during PE. They cannot take their mask off during any other activities. I mean, I don't want them to catch the COVID. Somebody said about natural immunity. Well, that's not the way it should be. It should be. The risk of COVID to kids is very high, especially if they happen to catch MISC, whatever that's called. That's very scary. But having said that, masks have gone past their utility. The guidance from CDC has been changing ever since the pandemic started. First of all, they didn't want to have the mask put on. Dr. Fauci he's changing his views, so on forth. Then when Omicron came back, they said cloth mask is just a facial accessory. Now you have to put on N95 or KN94 or KN80 and whatnot. My view is we need to keep our kids safe from COVID, but then we don't want them to put on masks. And I agree with every sentiment that people have put here, that is very detrimental to their social, mental, and psychological health. And so I oppose this mandate and keep it going for like 30 days, 40 days, but don't make it permanent. You cannot do that. They don't have any legal or moral authority. They're just a political pawn from Governor Kate Brown, who herself tries to remain maskless, and also the OHA bosses who keep sobbing the same sob story every press conference. They remain maskless, but then why do they want to keep our kids in mask in school? That's just totally criminal, illegal, and that should not be done. That's my views. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, please wait until your name is called before you raise your hand to identify yourself. We are going through a list of people who have registered ahead of time to provide testimony. The next number I'm going to call on is 7621. We will enable your microphone so that you can press *6 to unmute yourself and provide your name and comments. And then up next on the list, we have Andra Salmon, Kate Robinson, Jill Rayburn, and Jennifer Noonan. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is either the hand icon at the top of the computer screen or *5 if you're on the phone. So for the number that I called, please go ahead and provide your testimony.
Yes, I would like to speak to the fact that what we've been doing the last 2 years, the vaccination rate, the masking, and we have our numbers at an all-time high. At what point do we take the time and look around and go, what we're doing isn't working? Or do we look to other states of what they're doing the opposite of what Oregon is doing, and all their kids are still alive, their parents are still alive, and they're going to school and enjoying themselves out there? The fact that little kids can't see each other's faces, they're being told that everyone's a germ, everything's a germ, you're creating hysteria to little kids that are out there that are going on. And we can look back at another fact that Oregon was the least vaccinated state in the union prior to this. And to think that we're going to have a big push to get all these little kids jabbed with something that's unproven in our state to reach some whatever number they want to reach, it won't work. And we've gone on and on and on with the mask, that you can go into a restaurant and once you sit down, you take it off and all of a sudden COVID goes away. At what point do we use common sense and stop pandering to something? And it should be a choice. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If not, but we can't sit here and go, we've taken the vaccine, we've taken the booster, and we still need to do masks. At what point do we say it's not working and move forward? And, you know, with all the kids also in school, coming home and crying, you know, the sports, having to wear masks, play sports and things like that also. Thank you.
Can you please provide your name also? We didn't get that at the beginning of your testimony.
Yes, Kyle.
All right, next up we have Jennifer Noonan. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Noonan. I'm coming to this meeting today just also to ask for openness in from the facilitators and from OHA, openness in a different perspective from yourself as healthcare providers or those who are concerned about public health. We should be practicing challenging our own biases. So I'm also coming as a mother to 4 children. I'm also a parent student. I'm a former foster youth, and I am a practicing social worker. So that's kind of just like where I'm coming from. And I don't agree with mask mandates or vaccine mandates, and I'm fully vaccinated. And so are my children, except for my youngest. The thing is that being a former foster youth, I experienced exploitation as a foster youth with forced medical interventions, such as medication, and then also procedures, which I will not go into detail here. But you know, for marginalized groups of people in our country and in this state, the use of medical abuse has been perpetuated on women and BIPOC communities and foster youth. So I just want to say that. And then also, I feel like OHA is supposed to represent public health, correct? In all its forms. And social, emotional, and mental health is part of public health. I have not seen over the past 2 years OHA actively advocate for the betterment of mental health in our communities and in our children. Also, last thing, you know, we do have a staffing shortage. I do not think this is the main cause, but it's a contributing factor. The vaccine mandate is a contributing factor to there being less staff. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Jill Rayburn. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. And we still have Andrea Salmon, Kate Robinson, Catherine Green, and Marcia Callender coming up. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, either *5 from the phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen. Jill, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jill Rayburn. I'm not going to use my time to talk about how masks don't work or how 34 states have no mask mandates and students are doing just fine. I want to talk about a phrase I hear too often at my house over the past 2 years. I have no will to live. My daughter, who is a senior this year, had great aspirations to major in musical theater. She loves to sing and act, which are both horrible to do in a mask. She is outgoing, funny, and makes life better for others. It's hard to see her jaded, depressed, and angry. The damage this is doing to my senior and all kids is horrific to me. If my outgoing, vibrant, happy daughter is depressed, I can only imagine what kids that are already leaning towards depression are going through. So I'm heartbroken. Students need to see faces and interact in a positive and loving way with each other. The mental well-being of children should be Oregon's main concern, not how they can extend a mask mandate. My family and I vote a big, fat no on mask mandates. Let February 8th be the day Oregon finally does the right thing. No more masks. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Catherine Green. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony. Catherine Green, are you able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please? Okay, I'll come back to Catherine. We have Marcia Callender. We will enable your microphone so you can provide your testimony. Unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. Catherine or Marcia, are you able to unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted now, thank you.
Great, please go ahead.
This is Catherine Green. I first would like to formally complain over the fact that you have jammed 2 different rules into one hearing. And furthermore, you have added a 3rd rule into a later hearing today. This makes it impossible for people to respond. It is offensive that we are not allowed to have our voices heard and to present testimony that OHA is in desperate need of hearing since it does not seem to be able to comprehend the science or the damages that its actions have caused to the citizens and children in particular of this state. The first thing I would like to bring up are 2 names. One is Jessica Long, and second one is Maggie Williams. These are young women, students, and athletes in our state who almost died or fully collapsed from complete oxygen debt, from exercising at full capacity in a mask. This is criminal activity. It is a sad, horrible day for for the people of Oregon when their rulemaking bodies and I'm sorry, but the school boards and educators and coaches allow this to happen. I agree 100% with the gentleman who said, I cannot believe any single parent went along with this. Secondly, to move on to your vaccination requirements for teachers and school staff, this is the most dangerous product ever rolled out on human beings. Our biodistribution studies show that that spike protein is going into all your critical organs. It causes myocarditis, it causes strokes, it causes heart attacks, it causes thrombocytopenia, it is activating cancers. You are killing people with this product. Don't you dare mandate it for a soul. It has to be an individual choice. And I work for Children's Health Defense to stop governments from harming our people, but specifically our children. You are not following the science. You are following money and money alone. Shame on you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Marcia Callender. Are you able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good morning. I'm Marcia Callender. I live in Beaverton, Oregon. I'm a nurse practitioner and grandparent of 2 school-aged children. I'm vehemently against the mask mandate for children in schools. I don't trust the OHA or the governor to rescind the mask mandate, especially without metrics. I'm a Democrat. I believe it's far time to end these mandates and let Oregonians make their own decisions. I live in the Tri-County area where nearly 80% of kids over age 12 are vaccinated, yet they wear masks 7 hours a day, even outdoors, with no scientific evidence supporting outdoor wearing of masks eliminates the spread of COVID. Over the weekend, I watched thousands of screaming football fans on TV cheer for their teams, and our kids can't even have more than 4 fans at their games. Why are children different? I volunteer at my granddaughter's middle school cafeteria. Last week, before her school was closed, the staff said to me, "Aren't you afraid to be here? We must stop this never-ending fear for our children." I remember in 2020 when OHA closed outdoor pools, rec centers, camps, and all athletic events. Children were definitely harmed by this, but does OHA admit this? Schools were the last to be open in Oregon, in spite of other states going forward. After 2 years, we need to pivot from fear to normalcy. When you ask the public to do more than is needed, you lose their trust. For 2 years, we have paid attention, and we are stopping attention. The governor and OHA need to trust citizens to do the right thing. You may not hear us now, but we will vote in November. Thank you. I appreciate what you do.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next number here, which is 4270. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. All right, and next up, we're going to have Stephen Godokis, Paige Cramond, Virginia Hall, Tina Bacon, and we're still waiting to hear from Andra Salmon and Kate Robinson. If you hear your name called, please raise your hand by pressing *5 on the phone or using the hand icon to identify yourself, and we will enable your microphone so that you can provide testimony. Next up, we have Tina Bacon. Your microphone has been enabled if you're able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Tina Bacon of Oregon, and I'm against these two rules. Please stop all vaccine, mask, and testing rules immediately. In regards to mask, children and teachers and citizens are all living in fear because of Oregon Health Authority mandate about having to keep their mask on. Please acknowledge the Supreme Court ruling blocking vaccination and testing policy, noting administration has overstepped authority, just as Oregon Health Authority has overstepped. It is proven children are suffering from mask-induced speech delays. In regard to vaccine, Dr. Robert Malone stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial yesterday and gave a speech to the people. I encourage everyone, especially the Oregon Health Authority staff, committees, and boards, to watch and listen to his speech. The following is from his speech. He is generally pro-vaccination. He has devoted his career to developing safe and effective ways to prevent infectious diseases. The vaccination is based on the RNA vaccine technology that he created. He stated that full sets of risk are unknown, that even if every man, woman, and child in the U.S. were vaccinated, that these products cannot achieve mass immunity and stop COVID. The science is settled that the vaccines are not working. If there is a risk, there must be a choice. This is the fundamental bedrock truth of modern bioethics. All medical procedures, vaccines, and drugs have risks. All of us have the right to understand these risks and to decide for ourselves whether we are willing to accept those risks. Note, more Oregonians would testify if this was disclosed to them. And also, I encourage people to go to the OHA website, Emerging Infections, and read Isolation Quarantine Benchmark Book and Isolation Quarantine Manual. It will amaze you. That's.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Stephen Godokis. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. And while we're waiting for Stephen, I will call up next Paige Cramond, Virginia Hall, Spencer Chow, and Christina Carmichael. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, either pressing *5 on the phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen. Stephen, are you able to unmute yourself to provide your testimony?
Hello?
Hi, Stephen.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Stephen Godekish, Brookings, Oregon, January 24th, 2022. Thank you, Brittany, and all testifying today. Special thanks to the individuals that pointed out the so-called health board members were absent in the majority for the first 5 hours of January 20th testimony. I hope someone outside of OHA has been recording the testimonies, and would you please disseminate the audio far and wide ASAP? Thank you. Everyone must file FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, for January 20 as soon as you can, please. January 20, over 300 people were able to respectfully interject by controlling their own mics. This was clearly crucial to the process of testimony. Turn the mics on and let Brittany moderate as she did last week. We, the people of Oregon, demand you turn on the chat now. We want to talk to each other. FEMA is holding a drive-through vaccine clinic right now for the third day at Bohemia Park in Cottage Grove at the children's playground. We shut them down yesterday. Please go if you can. Clinic runs through the 5th of February, 10 to 4. Mayor Richard Myers has granted this in exchange for federal funds and out-of-town workers staying in local hotels and dining. They're using federal agents and foul-mouthed masked lackeys running the non-consensual clinic. We don't want FEMA anywhere in Oregon running these bioweapon clinics. Follow England's lead, file criminal complaints with your local police and sheriffs. They need to seize all injection vials for chain of custody for analysis, review public testimony, and act accordingly. Manchester, England, Metropolitan Police crime number 6029679/21. International Criminal Court, Hague, Netherlands, case number OTP/CR/473/21. A reminder, testimonies are not legally binding until they are sent through priority registered or certified mail. Lastly, we the people demand a hearing next week of the same time over topics determined today under the above stated stipulations. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, we have Spencer Chow. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please. Spencer Chow, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. Good morning. My name is Spencer Chow. I'll avoid speaking romantically about the Constitution because I don't believe it appeals to the body that I am speaking to. I will, however, impress upon you the motto of no better friend, no worse enemy. So let's talk data. Oregon Health Authority shows that as of January 19th, 2022, the cumulative number of COVID cases for Oregonians ages 19 and under is 106,291. This does not account for false negatives nor those that were not tested. 742 hospitalizations, does not distinguish between with or because of, and 5 deaths, does not distinguish between with or because of. That's 0.698% and 0.005% respectively of the confirmed case counts since tracking started. According to OHA provided data, the average annual deaths of Oregonians 19 and under attributed to the flu is at least 3 per year from 2017 to 2020. It is not acceptable that we are contemplating a requirement for masking in schools, nevertheless making it permanent, especially with undeniable data showing negative impacts emotionally, mentally, physically, socially, and developmentally on a subpopulation group that in our state has over 99.995% survivability rate with regards to COVID. Here's what I propose to the OHA. Continue collecting and providing data because we need you to. Communicate and support school districts where appropriate because we need you to. But ultimately, we need you to remove state force requirements or at the very least, put the responsibility onto local school districts without penalty. I am an elected board member for Reynolds School District 7. I implore you, allow us the opportunity to perform the duties to which we are elected to do. Give us the information so that we may have the conversations, the debates, then to make decisions for our districts and communities. Because when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. That's from the Declaration of Independence. It means that if there's something wrong, those who have the ability to take action have the responsibility to take action. No better friend, no worse enemy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Virginia Hall. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
I'm Virginia Hall.
Great, please go ahead.
I'd like to address the inspiration behind all these rules, and I believe it has a lot to do with the ESSER 3 funding from the American Rescue Plan, whose purpose is to help safely reopen and sustain the safe operation of schools, addressing students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs, and is requiring the use of social distancing technology, face mask detection technology, occupancy counting technology, and contact tracing technology in order for the school districts to receive those funds. Regarding masking and vaccines, I refer you to the Nuremberg Code, which says in order to satisfy moral, ethical, and legal concepts, the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. The experiment should be so conducted as to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. The degree of risk should never exceed that determined by humanitarian importance of the problem to be solved. During the course of the experiment, the scientist in charge must be prepared to terminate the experiment at any stage if he has cause to believe in the exercise of good faith, superior skill, and careful judgment required of him that a continuation of the experiment is likely to result in injury, disability, or death to the experimental subject.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christina Carmichael. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself. And while we're waiting for her to join, I will go ahead and call up Brittany Ireland, Tony Myers, Leah Odell, and Marina Ray. If you could please identify yourself if you heard your name by raising your hand. It's either *5 from a phone or using the hand icon at the top of the screen. Christina, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, my mic just got unmuted. This is Christina Carmichael. I'm an intensive care nurse. I am also a mother of a child who has passed out because he was forced to wear a mask during sports. He was only 8 years old, and I asked him, I said, "Oh, you didn't really pass out, did you?" He says, "Mom, the whole world went black. It was like a little circle." So, you know, masks are harmful. We've had folks list these out. I don't trust OHA's intentions or the ability to decide the health of Oregonians. All of the data and the harms has been presented to you, and yet you persist in moving to make these masks permanent and these vaccination mandates permanent, despite the fact that it's illegal, despite the fact that they cause harm. Masks are proven to cause long-term lung damage, with plastic fibers being lodged in our lungs and causing mesothelioma-type diseases. Will OHA compensate us? Masks violate the ADA rights of people with auditory and physical and sensory disabilities. Will OHA compensate them for their civil rights violations? Many doctors have testified that brain infections are on the rise due to the constant concentrated exposures to fungus and bacteria growing on the masks. Will OHA compensate them because of a result of their rules and a result of the injury due to it? Vaccines cause injuries, myocarditis, crippling cardiac disease. Children can't run, they can't play without their lungs filling up with water, causing deadly dysrhythmias. Will OHA compensate them for these injuries? I have to ask what the motivation is. We've followed the money and we know, and we are coming after you. We will dissolve the OHA if you continue to mandate these failed policies that do nothing to protect the community from COVID. You will see us in court.
Thank you. Next up, we have a phone number that ends in 2526. We will enable your microphone so that you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, that's a phone number that ends in 2526.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm about to speak.
There's a little bit of an echo.
There, is that better?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, I'm about to start. So here we go. Thank you for your time. My name is Paige Crammond, and I oppose both obligatory masking and vaccine mandates. I gave my testimony against masks on Thursday already. Here is my story regarding vaccine mandates. I'm a state licensed and nationally certified speech-language pathologist, and up until October 2021, I was thoroughly enjoying working from home part-time in the wonderful and supportive Eugene 4J community, online only in an online only program serving students on IEPs who were also learning from home. I was fired for not complying with the vaccine mandate, and my exception request was denied on a technicality. This reluctant bureaucratic snarl impacted 33 students and their families, not to mention the school district and its employees. There was a national shortage of speech-language pathologists, and I was hired to relieve an already taxed system. We have already heard from parents whose children on IEPs were already impacted by these mandates. The kind of rule that can cause this kind of chaos, derision, and hardship is a bad rule. Maybe it feels difficult to back down from this now because there have already been so many messed up repercussions from this mandate, which many folks have already mentioned today. If you back out now, it might be admitting that there could be a need for reparation or reinstatement of employees who were already fired. Such measures could unfortunately also further serve to interrupt quality service from consistent professionals. However, codifying and enforcing this failing, unpopular, bad idea is not a better solution. Please desist now before the repercussions become worse. Thank you for considering my words. And as an aside, some people have complained about this online format, but I have a 3-year-old at home right now, and appearing in public for 4 hours would have been impossible. So I'm super grateful for the opportunity to be here and be heard. And the fact that there are so many others here belies how important this is to Oregonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have a phone number that ends in 9631. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. And on deck, we have Brittany Ireland, Tony Myers, Leah Odell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marina Ray. I'm a speech-language pathologist in the public schools and former senior intelligence analyst in the federal government. I'm a longtime Oregonian resident of many generations. I'm strongly against vaccine mandates for school staff and children. Medical decisions belong between the patient and their doctor. This is not the business of the state. One-size-fits-all medicine does not work. People need to make the best decision for their own body without repercussions of losing access to education, livelihood, etc. I'm also against vaccine passports in any size, shape, or form. Currently, school staff who have sought religious and medical exemptions in the schools are being treated horribly and being discriminated against based on religion and medical history. They are quote unquote marked with having to wear special masks that other staff don't wear. They are not allowed to eat or drink all day in front of anyone, and they are always in the presence of someone. Their medical privacy isn't protected. I also have colleagues who are put on leave without pay. Oregon can do better than this, and this is absolutely shameful. The most hateful and discriminatory people I have met in the public schools are the ones who talk the most about tolerance, equity, and inclusion. Utter hypocrisy. People shouldn't have to ask for permission for what to do with their own bodies through seeking exemptions. No to mandates whatsoever. When I received several vaccines at once before serving in Iraq, I experienced paralysis and a severe autoimmune reaction. I live with the chronic medical repercussions today. I was told I would be in a wheelchair the rest of my life. By God's grace, I can walk, but my hands are permanently crippled. Due to my vaccine injury and the hell I have been through, I will always strongly believe in choice and advocate for choice. Where there is risk, there must be choice without losing access to education or livelihood. And we need to protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call on Peter Caudle. I know that we had called his name earlier, so we'll enable your microphone so that you can please unmute yourself and provide testimony. And on deck, we have Brittany Ireland, Tony Myers, Leah Odell, and Christine Blanche. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's either *5 on the phone or using the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. So Peter, if you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead and provide your name and testimony. All right, I will come back to Peter. I see that we have Christine Blanche. Christine, if you're able to unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Slow time clicking. Okay. Thank you for allowing my testimony today. My name is Christine Blanche, and I am a widowed mother of 2 daughters, ages 7 and 3 in West Lynn. I would like to illustrate how ridiculous it is to have students masking at school and show you what it actually looks like. Yes, the children are sadly masking the majority of the day, but if you think they're following your rules to a T, think again. I've seen masks piled on top of each other on a single fence post when children were playing outside, hooked by their ear loops. A friend told me about children who were swapping masks at school like playing cards, intrigued by the multitude of designs. Additionally, requiring teachers and staff to be vaccinated for employment is coercive. This requirement also has been preventing parents from volunteering at schools, all while allowing vaccinated people to spread disease, as the vaccines were never designed to prevent transmission. None of this was thought through, and you made rules based on false knowledge, rigged studies, pushed down and through by those with vested financial interests. If it was your job to protect the public, to work with public interests at heart, and you failed. Whether you failed with malice at heart or because you too were victims of misinformation, only you know the truth. Now you have the power to determine how we move forward. I implore you to regain your humanity, to take these next couple weeks and find your moral compass. Do you want to look a 5-year-old in the eye and tell him or her that he or she needs to keep wearing a mask after already doing so for 2 long years? Or do you want to put an end to it now? Tell that child to enjoy the life he or she has been gifted, to learn, play, and grow without fear. You must have families. Spouses, children, grandchildren. Picture their faces. They still have faces from forehead to chin. You are not immortal. What do you want your legacy to be? Do you want to be an oppressor, weak and susceptible to the temptation of money and power? Or do you want to be a champion of the people? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Brittany Ireland, Tony Myers, Leah Odell, Kim Smith, Andrea Lobb, Angelita Sanchez. If you hear your name, please identify yourself by raising your hand. That's a *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. I also want to just do a time check while we have those individuals join us. It is 12:23. We are running this hearing until 1 p.m. today. For those who are not able to provide testimony before 1 or the 2 minutes that was allowed is not enough, you can submit written comments before 5 p.m. today to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. I see we have Angelita Sanchez. We're going to go ahead and enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I'm here on behalf of the town that I'm a city council member of, Sweet Home. I'm here on behalf of a political action committee that represents 65,000 people. I'm mostly here on behalf of my son, who can't breathe. He was an aspiring sports fanatic looking to get to his high school years to be recruited in basketball and football, and he has lost all will and desire to participate. He used to be bubbly, fun, have a lot of friends, look forward to go to school, and now he has no incentives to participate. I am very saddened by decline in his mental health and the lost opportunity that he has with sports activities, because that's all my son has ever wanted to do with his entire life since he was a young man. I know that Sweet Home has declared a public emergency because our mental health crisis has went up over 300% during this COVID state of emergency. And I just want to leave with one question. If it is in fact not a permanent rule, I do not understand why we are continuing to move forward with a permanent rule. That makes no sense to me. So we need to end all mandates. We need to get back to the way that we were living prior to the pandemic, and we need to stop using our children as pawns for money-making opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Peter Caudle. If you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead and provide your name and testimony.
Great. You got me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Peter Caudle. Parents who are navigating the nuance and evolving pandemic landscape are the ones best suited to address the individual needs of their children, not the state, through broad sweeping policy mandates. To illustrate, the proposed state rule would continue to have children masking at school who are shy and have difficulty connecting with others, who have previously contracted and already fully recovered from COVID-19, children who have behavioral difficulties that are exacerbated with masking, children who are learning to read, children who are fidgety and have difficulty keeping their mask in place, children who are fully vaccinated, and children who already participate in activities with classmates in which mask wearing is not possible, such as band or sports. Since day one of my child's life, I have been consciously and at times instinctually weighing the risks and benefits of everything in my child's life. Today, I cannot reconcile the very low risk posed by COVID-19 to my child and the wide availability of vaccines with the drawbacks of continuing mask requirements. Drawbacks include disrupted personal connections with school friends, difficulty learning articulation and phonation with early reading, and the misrepresentation to my child that she is at exceptional risk to this illness when she is not. The most grievous element of this proposal is the presumption that the state has better understanding of the needs of my child than my wife and me. I wholeheartedly reject the state's proposed permanence of masking in school over parents' decision-making responsibilities. I contend your decision to continue down this path will result in ever worsening public school enrollment, and school districts will inherit unwarranted and unnecessary budget deficits due to declining enrollment related to mask mandates. Good day.
Thank you. Now up we have a phone number that ends in 7136. We will go ahead and enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. And we still have Brittany Ireland, Tony Myers, Leah Odell, Kim Smith, Andrea Lobb, April Ray, and Brittany Waugh up next. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, either *5 on the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen.
I was simply calling in today over the concern about a lack of democracy and listening to the people here. And I'd like to respectfully request that the last 10 minutes of this meeting be used for a simple call-in to check on whether people oppose or proposed rules. So that's all I have to say. I oppose your rules. My name's Harry Sanger. I jumped in the queue. I'm sorry. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, I see we have Leah Odell. We will go ahead and enable your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Leah Odell. I'm a parent of a middle school student in the Hillsborough School District. I oppose masking requirements in schools and vaccination requirements for teachers and school staff. I also want to applaud all of these wonderful people out here today standing up for their rights, taking this time out of their day. It's very inspirational, and I'm going to give my time to someone who can speak maybe a little more eloquently than me, but thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brittany Waugh. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Brittany Waugh, and I'm a school psychologist and education specialist who has worked in Oregon schools for 6 years. I have lived in Oregon my whole life, and I'm currently a homeschool mother of 3 children as I refuse to put my children in the public schools due to lack of appropriate education in our school system. I'm extremely opposed to any mask mandates as I have seen firsthand how it affects children. There are many studies that have shown the psychological harm it's causing for our children. Young children rely on lip reading to learn language early on and basic phonics. They also rely on full facial cues for social development. Our children are being so largely impacted by mask mandates that studies are showing that they're falling almost 30 points below in IQ scores compared to years previously when we weren't masked. That is literally creating children who are at or below the threshold for intellectually disabled. For an average child to drop 100 from 100 IQ, which is average, down to 70 IQ score, they're no longer testing in the average range, but the low range, which puts them in the intellectually disabled category. Beyond IQ points, there have been a huge increase in depression in children due to the inability to fully socialize. Not only that, but children with disabilities are falling further behind because they cannot read, they're having a hard time hearing others speak, and they're unable to understand facial expressions. As a professional psychologist, I beg you to end this mask mandate so that we don't ruin the next generation of children and push them further behind socially and intellectually. Please listen to us experts about this and the mandate's impact on children. As an educator, if you implement this vaccine mandate, I promise you, I will never work in the state of Oregon again. As a school psychologist, I work with kids with special needs and the most vulnerable in our schools so that they can get help to succeed academically and socially. When you mandate this, you're putting people like me out of work permanently as I refuse to participate in medical tyranny. Before COVID, we were already in a mass shortage of school psychologists that we can't even fulfill the needs of children as it already was. If you do this, then the children in our education will suffer a massive shortage that'll be catastrophic to the education of children and will be impacted for years to come. Please listen to professionals. Also, I would like to know, and parents as well, also I'd like to know if OHA is actually listening to these testimonies, as we have no way of verifying this information over this platform, as we can see no video. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, I'm still calling up Kim Smith, Andrea Laub, April Ray, Elise Winter, Brittany Ruiz, and Caitlin Sims. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, which is *5 from the phone, or the hand icon at the top of the screen. Again, that's Kim Smith, Andrea Laub, April Ray, Elise Winter, Brittany Ruiz, Caitlin Sims. I'm going to continue going down the list here. We have Leslie Lucier, Stephanie Mulholland, Brian Brown, Sarah Bazin. If your name has been called, please identify yourself by raising your hand. It's *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. It looks like we have Sarah Bazin that has raised her hand. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Sarah Bazin, and I am a mother of 3. 2014, 2017, 2020, I gave birth to all 3 of those kids. I was there. I do not co-parent with the federal government or OHA. I make my own decisions for my kids and their health. I have a little sister that is a teacher. I have nieces and nephews in high school, middle school, and elementary. My kids are in elementary school. So I don't come into this lightly. I have everybody everywhere. I'm also type 1 diabetic. I make choices for my own health. This is ridiculous. It needs to stop. I know this meeting is just a formality because you guys basically have to do it. You've already made your decision whether or not you're going to go through with all of this. It just doesn't make any more sense. It's never made sense from the beginning. It doesn't make sense now. I will not co-parent with you. I will pull my kids. I have let it go on long enough. My little girl goes into kindergarten this year. I will not put her in it. So that means I will pull out 2 kids. So that's money out of 1 school. It needs to stop. They need to stop. She'll be out in November. Kate Brown. Hopefully we'll get somebody better in there that will make it stop. I know that's a long time from now, but we've already done this for 2 years. People just need to keep waking up and saying something. You've put a hardship on us. I'm supposed to be working. I cannot work because I have to watch my kids now because they cannot be masked. You are making hardships on so many families, and so many families have to put their kids into school because they cannot pull them out and stay home and homeschool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brittany Ruiz. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself to provide your testimony.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. My name is Brittany Ruiz. I'm a parental rights advocate for the state of Oregon. And first of all, Brittany, specifically Brittany Hall, thank you so much for managing this between this meeting and last week's meeting. I know it's a lot, and I just want to thank you. I am here to kind of just give a different perspective. I don't want to be redundant. I'm concerned about the language in the rules meeting, and specifically regarding the fact that the rules for vaccination requirement are listed as permanent with no way to rescind it by OHA. So that is concerning for me, for teachers and for people who are doing apprenticeship in a teacher setting, for parents who want to volunteer, who want to be a chaperone, who want to have kids go back to, the schools go back to normal. That particular point will make it so nobody can participate and basically create such a severe shortage of personnel within the schools that we will be basically limiting our ability to service our kids 100%. That's a very big concern of mine. The second concern I have is that there's no power given to the governor to also rescind this rule. It's only up to unelected bureaucrats within Oregon Health Authority, which unfortunately have been captured by pharmaceutical companies. And we've already verified that. It's already been identified in public records requests. So I think based on that conflict of interest alone, Oregon Health Authority should not have the power to make this decision. It should be up to the public. It should go before the legislature. It should be a vote of the public through the legislature and then signed by the governor. I think the other key point that I'm concerned about is I have yet to meet a rule by the Oregon Health Authority that has been backtracked. If you have one, please list it. Please identify them, because all this is just an encroaching further and further of our rights to the point where we don't have a choice, and this is what's happening. And I thank you for your time, and those are basically my major concerns, and I really implore the Oregon Health Authority to make sure this goes before the legislature. Thank you so much, Brittany and OHA.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brian Brown. And on deck, we still have Caitlin Sims, Leslie Lucier, Stephanie Mulholland, Chip Halverson, and Kimberly Rice. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, either *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the computer screen. Brian Brown, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brian Brown. I live in Sherwood, and I've had a terrible sense of deja vu. I feel like we did this last week, and it was, what, an hour? I guess it was about all of the time between the hearing, the end of the hearing, and the announcement that Oregon Health Authority is going to do what they want anyway. So got me thinking, what is the point of these? And the rules are meant, for those who don't realize, so that the legislature doesn't have to like go in and cherry pick and figure out all the stuff that each individual agency needs to worry about. Well, the legislature needs to, because Oregon Health Authority said they won't, and I'm ready for our actual representatives to speak up. For 2 years, they've done nothing. So, oh, by the way, I'm against, if that wasn't clear. I'll cede my time to everybody else who wants to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have a phone number that ends in 9175. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Again, that's phone number 9175. Okay, I'm going to move on to Chip Halverson. Please go ahead and unmute yourself to provide your testimony.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Chip Halverson. Thank you for holding this hearing. I bring a unique perspective as both a licensed naturopathic physician of 10 years, a 30-year veteran teacher, and a parent of 3 children who have attended the majority of their pre-K 12 years in Oregon schools. I have substituted in the Beaverton School District for 17 years. In fact, I get called daily to substitute teach due to their teaching shortage. Due to my busy clinic schedule, I only get to teach when I have a day off. I'm concerned for both the children, teachers, staff, and volunteers who attend our schools. Many of the latter happen to also be my patients. I'm not opposed to masks or vaccines when appropriate. I support much of what has already been said in the previous testimony. We need to use both science and common sense when making decisions that impact both children and adults. I would encourage OHA to consider testing for antibodies before requiring any form of mandatory vaccines, and also provide at-home rapid COVID tests for parents. I'd also like to add that any permanent mandate should be opposed. Of course, exemptions should also continue to be available to both children and adults in our schools. If needed, consider an additional 1-month temporary rule, then reevaluate. I've had a number of patients, colleagues, and educators and families resort to homeschooling. Many have moved away from Oregon to places where their children can attend schools with less restrictions. Additionally, besides the physical and mental health challenges our children are experiencing, I think the cost and the environmental waste and mask mandate should be considered. Please consider these comments today. Additionally, and for the record, I find it appalling that many in my medical profession, for various reasons, are too afraid to speak up, as they have been scared that our profession will be harmed by the Oregon legislature and personally retaliated against for voicing their concerns for our patients, families, and schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we will have Kim Rice.
Hello, this is Kimberly Rice. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for taking my testimony today. I spoke on Thursday as a teacher and an Oregon citizen regarding my opinion on masks. Today, I'm letting you know that I'm in opposition of both masks for students and teachers, and I'm also in opposition for mandatory vaccines and testing. I just want to say that I felt like I was unfairly taken away from my classroom. I think it has harmed my students that I have not been able to finish the school year with them. They're being harmed by masking. They should not be subjected to an investigative injection. There is no long-term safety data, and these children are not at risk. So there should be no vaccinations forced upon our younger children. If anything, this should absolutely be a choice, and no school district should be asking me about my personal medical information, and no school district should be asking me for any type of exemption. That's none of their business what my religious beliefs are. And I'm very, very upset that my freedom to be a good teacher is being infringed upon. I cannot even work. I'm on 90 days unpaid leave. This is ridiculous. It needs to stop now, and teachers are needed. I am a healthy teacher. I'm being kept out of my school district, and we have shortages forcing us to leave in-person learning. This is ridiculous. Let us do our job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on a phone number that ends in 9175. If you're able to unmute yourself by pressing *6 and provide your name and testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Leslie Lucier. I am a 5th generation Yamhill County Oregonian and a mother of 4 school-age children. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I am opposed to the permanent rule changes being considered today. Children and families have repeatedly shared how masks have negatively affected them during the mandates and temporary rules in school. There is one group of children who have been disproportionately affected, and that is disabled children. I am disappointed in OHA for their discrimination of disabled children in this state. Many children with disabilities are unable to wear masks due to their unique and special differences. I have read countless stories on social media about families and know several families personally who have had their children cast aside, backs turned on them by schools and agencies like yours that promise equality and equity, but when it came down to it, their children were completely abandoned and ignored. It's too late for many families who have already fled the state, but I request for those families who remain here that changes be made to provide the much needed services and learning environments for all children. Please stop discriminating against and segregating disabled children who aren't able to wear a mask. They deserve the same access to their friends, their services as everyone. Please do not approve these rules and unmask the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Kate. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony. And then after Kate, we have Sean Young, Lisa Shepard, and Marcus Winston up. If you could please identify yourself by raising your hand, and that's either a *5 from the phone or the hand icon at the top of the screen. So Kate, please go ahead with your name and testimony, please.
Hi, this is Kate Robinson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Kate Robinson. I'm a 3rd generation Oregonian, and I am here to request that you not make permanent masking for our children in the schools. Making mask mandates permanent is a mistake that will be extremely difficult for Oregon to recover from. I am graduating with a master's in communication science and disorders this spring from PSU, and as someone who has extensively studied communication science, masks absolutely interfere with communication, especially in our most vulnerable populations. I was inspired to become an SLP by my autistic son, the oldest of 4. Not being able to see people's faces through masks severely limits his ability to understand communicative intention, limits his socialization, and makes him far more likely the target of bullies. What about him? Most of my pediatric clients have some social communication or articulation impairments. How am I supposed to teach a student how to correctly articulate words without showing my mouth? How are these students supposed to generalize this information from speech lessons to classroom and life when they cannot see their peers, teachers, or families' mouths and faces? They cannot. What about equal opportunity for these children with speech and language impairments? My lifelong partner is a Portland police officer with a hearing impairment. He wears hearing aids, but has a much more difficult time hearing people who are wearing masks. Mandating the general public to wear masks puts him at danger, at greater safety risks, as well as the general public. If you put a permanent mask mandate in place, Oregon State will lose 1 more speech-language pathologist, another Portland police officer, and 4 young, intelligent, service-minded Oregonians to another state that believes in science and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Sean Young. We will enable your microphone so you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, please.
Hello, my name is Sean Young. I'm an educator at Butte Falls Charter School in Butte Falls, Oregon. I'm a parent of 2 in Grants Pass, Oregon. I do have a hour-plus commute because I love educating. I love being in the room. I love the interaction, the energy that I get to feed off and give back to our students. Unfortunately, the masking has made schooling in my class and learning in my class minimal. The interaction, the drive to learn has been depleted in large part because of the othering that's taking place. The students aren't able to communicate willingly. They're scared to actually voice opposition to anything, and that's an unfortunate circumstance of this of these mandates. So I please just want everyone considering this to hear the words that our students need to have the freedom to make that choice. I believe we're at an endemic phase at this point, and at this juncture, it should be allowed for adults to make the best decision to have the best learning space humanly possible. For my understanding, every school has been given a great deal of money to get air ventilation. HEPA filters, those do infinitely better at doing what they need to do. They allow the room to be safe, and I believe that the safety is not able to thrive when there's a mask, because it's instantly putting up a barrier for our future to actually speak, to actually be heard, to see one another. So much human interaction is through the face, and they're scared to speak. And I think that that's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lisa Shepard. Lisa Shepard, if you're able to unmute yourself, please go ahead and provide your testimony.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, it takes a while for that to register. My name is Lisa Shepard, and I've lived in Oregon for 23 years. I'm a mom, a software engineer. I'm a numbers and data person. I strongly agree with almost all of the comments others have shared regarding the hazardous effect of these masks and vaccines and the lack of effectiveness of these masks and vaccines. But that is not the focus of my comments today. My focus is simply on respecting and obeying the law and communicating my shock that Oregon Health Authority is so blatantly trying to circumvent this law. Let's look at fact number 1. It is against Oregon law to extend temporary public health rules when they expire after 180 days. Fact number 2, OHA wants to extend the temporary public health rule for masks and vaccinations that is due to expire. In fact, they really want to extend it. Fact number 3, and this is based on assertions from OHA. OHA does not intend for this to be a permanent rule. They say they will rescind it when it is warranted. I think you have to agree that creating a permanent rule but promising it is temporary is just another way of saying we are extending the temporary rule, and that is against the law. So let's review. OHA found an Oregon law to be extremely inconvenient. So they are misusing another capability they have, which is making permanent rules, to circumvent this law that they find to be so inconvenient. I have to assume that when Oregon lawmakers put that no extension clause in the law, they did so for a reason. I can only assume there was debate. I highly doubt that the provision was accidentally added to the law. And I imagine that Oregon lawmakers who put this provision in place did so to protect Oregonians. For that reason, I am shocked that Oregon Health Authority expects intelligent Oregon citizens to be okay with this obvious circumvention of a law that was so purposely put into place. One other thing I would like to add. If you look at the verbiage of Oregon Rule 333-019-1030, the first paragraph has many references to the Delta variant. There are 0 references to the Omicron variant. That's because that's the information that was available at the time these permanent rules were proposed. Our world, according to COVID, has drastically changed even in this short amount of time. It is constantly changing. The first paragraph in Rule 1030 is basically obsolete, and the proposed rule was submitted only a short time ago. This is just one more reason why the COVID response needs to be reviewed frequently, and making OHA rules permanent until they pinky swear to rescind it is not the way to be responsive to the actual needs of Oregonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have phone number that ends with 9943. We will enable your microphone so you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Ben Egley. I am strongly opposed to this or any COVID mandate or masking rule or vaccination rule. I spoke last Thursday. I'm the father of a fourth grader in a school here in Tigard that was shut down because masks and vaccines do not stop the spread. He was out of school for a week, and what I did was we did not participate in any of the temporary.
Ben, I don't know if you accidentally muted yourself, but I'm not able to hear you any longer. Um, all right, Ben, I think there's some issue. We're not able to hear you. I don't know if you're muted. I'm going to go ahead and take one more person here on the list. This will be T. Bennett. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tammy Bennett, and I just wanted to quickly reiterate what Christine Drazen had stated in the opening statement, that people do not trust OHA at all. Their data is non-transparent. It is cherry-picked to fit their ever-changing agenda, and overall it is flaccid. Pat Allen and the bow tie guy have no targets for lifting some of the country's toughest mask mandates, which is deeply maddening for those who understand true health. For anyone who fears moving away from the universal masking, the great news is they can continue to wear an N95 mask and live a low-risk life regardless of what others around them are doing. Parents are best equipped to decide whether they want their kids to wear a mask in school. Neither OHA, legislators, nor local authorities should be able to override the decisions of parents. Whether we are talking about masks in schools or vaccinations, I am deeply opposed for anyone's health to be ruled by the government or their appointed agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more person before 1 o'clock. I'm going to call up Emil. We will enable your microphone so that you can unmute yourself and provide testimony. Do we have Emil on the line? Emil, go ahead if you've been able to unmute yourself. All right, and the last person we have on the list is Marcus Winston. Do we have Marcus Winston on the line? If so, if you could please identify yourself by raising your hand. Okay, I don't see that he has joined. The time is now 1 o'clock and we are going to close this hearing. As I mentioned earlier, if you did not have a chance to provide comments, we are taking written comments until 5 p.m. this evening. They can be sent to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. And we will be posting the recording of this hearing as well as the transcript to our website. I have another hearing this afternoon, so those will likely be posted